Hey family, we are live, broadcasting live. This is the Conversation Room 101. Make sure it's only adults in the house. I need your mind to be open, prepared, and relaxed. Welcome to our home. Take your shoes off. We got some rules we need to go over. Be kind. No cursing in the chat. If you want to curse, call in. And no shouting out other channels. That's a no-no. We got one other rule. There is no judging our guests. It will not be permitted. Zero tolerance. And if so, you want to do that, guess what? We got security. And we will escort you out. Because over here, hashtag we don't care. We're going to be one big family. We're going to laugh together sometimes. We're going to cry. But we definitely going to pray. I thank the Lord above for everything. I lift him up and give him the glory. But you guys, right now, we're going to get our popcorn. And then we're going to see what's going on. And let me just park my car. And I'll be in there in a minute. I'll see you real soon.
The Copyright Disclaimer Act. The Copyright Disclaimer Act under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news, reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Like, share, subscribe.
Do you want to know? Well, I've been thinking about you, and I think you'll have to listen, because the sun is up, it's a beautiful day. My beginning will be as bright as the sun. Come, won't you come along? And it feels so bright, it's like luck is raining on me. Go and follow your heart, doesn't matter how far. There is so much love to give. Something's telling me this time. Baby, baby, now I know. Baby, baby, gotta go. There is so much love to give. Something's telling me it's right.
Neighbors and the
When you
community
came to me,
compelled
who
to
are
scour
you?
the area.
It's you, yeah, boy.
Where does the fault lie on you?
Hey family, come on in, you guys. Let's chat a little bit today. You know, I was thinking about some stuff. I wanted to share something with you guys. And yeah, I was a little discouraged yesterday about what went on in the chat. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and hold my peace. I was a little bit disturbed. But it is what it is. But you know, maybe I need not to be so lenient and nice when people do what they do. You know, I had to think about the whole situation. Sometimes, you know, you can't speak quickly, you know, to people. And I think people take advantage of that. I really do. I think they take advantage of it. They be like, oh, you know, but I mean, you know, after thinking about everything that happened yesterday, yeah, I was coming home from work and I thought, you know, I should have probably took care of it in a better way. And what I mean by that, I should have addressed the young lady that came in the chat, disturbing the whole flow of everything that's going on, and kind of just handled it. Next time, you know, I will. And like, I don't know her from the can of paint. I'd never seen her before. And I shouldn't let that get off. But if it ever happens again and you guys see my wrath, you're gonna understand why I snatch somebody out the chat so quick. They can explain it later. But I think that was, going back over it and looking at, the woman never did ask her the question. She just come in, she's like, answer my question. Chick, she didn't even know. I mean, what are you doing? You don't bust in somebody's house saying, hey, answer my question. You know what I'm saying? So, thinking about it now, yeah, if that was a person that was just seeking help in their own situation, we need to be, and I say we need to be a little bit more protective of them, especially myself. If it could have been somebody in that situation with Naziah, or they knew Naziah, we should have been a little bit more protective of who it is. But we don't know who it really was. I mean, it could have been just, like somebody just talking and venting something that done happened in the past or whatever. And they just want to just nibble at something. When somebody's going through something, and this came to me, I have to, I say hello to everybody. I know I came in here, but now you see how, like it bothered me. It really did. It bothered me. And I'm not mad at the person, but I'm angry because I did not handle it the way I should have. I believe. I'm going to take the rap for that. And yes, we do tell everybody the rules. You know what the rules are. I'm going to tell you guys something. And I said it all the time. So you guys, I'm going to take that one. That's my fault. I should have addressed it a little better, a lot better. And, and I was looking at the chat. I just couldn't, sometimes you be like, hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on? And, so let me speak to everybody. I know I came in here running because it's been on my mind. Hey, Lisa Taylor, how you? Hey, Sanja Watts, Woke the God is in the building. Nancy LaRose, Spicy is in here. Hey. Monique Hall and Tina Powers, and you name it. Virtuous is in the building. Nancy, Evelyn is in the building. Sonia Watts is in the building. Lisa Calhoun is in there. Yeah, Taja Monroe is in the building. How you guys doing? Pamela Johnson is in the building. And, like, so anywho, and I don't know, did we miss our blessing right there? We could have missed it, but, I don't come in swinging because you never know if somebody's, you don't know what's going on. You can't just, So if you wasn't here yesterday and we were having conversation about Monday and we were talking about the Naziah case. We were actually talking about the cousin of Naziah that had went to the courts and she told her truth about what she seen and what she knew. And she's sad because, and she's very cryful about her cousin. And that's very understanding, she's a child, she ain't even in her teens. And we don't know. We can assume she either told or she didn't tell. It's either one or the other. But she told it on the stand. She went to court and she told it on the stand. And that really what matters. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Evangelist, how you doing? See, and this is why I tell people, here's the thing, you guys. and I don't want to sound mean or rude or anything, but I'm going to explain something to the ones that's in here and the ones in the back. You can hear it too. If you come in the channel and I did not even see you say hello, Evangelist came in here and said, knock, knock. Lisa Taylor was like, hey, whoop, the guy say, whoop, 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 and then things get to going, and then you want to come in to say something to somebody. Hey, everybody, we're supposed to be grown in here. We may not all be grown in here. I'm not going to get into that. But if somebody come in here and you think I don't know who it is, I don't need your help. I really don't. I don't need your help. Hey, Auntie Mo, you know what I'm saying? So if you come in here going off on somebody, you're gonna get walked to the door, because I don't know what you own. I don't know what's going on, and we just not gonna have that foolishness. That could have been somebody that needed help. I don't know what they did in another channel, content creator, like you telling on them or something. They could have been trolling. They could have been needing help. This is the thing. We don't know, because somebody came in here and they was like, I'm sorry. You're sorry after the fact? You came into somebody else's chat and was like, answer me. You never asked a question. And I'm like, what is the question? Why are you coming in here so aggressive? This is not supposed to be aggressive chat, you guys, And I'm not talking to you guys. I'm really talking to myself. If I'm saying this is a safe place, we're going to have to make it safe. Me and you guys too. Like, warning, okay? I mean, help me out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'll think about it later. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, something like that comes about. Hey, Wilma, how you doing? I see you in the building. And we're coming and we're talking or whatever. And then somebody jumps in the chat and they say, hey, I'm kin to such a. That don't mean everybody move out the way. Somebody in the back of the building, in the bushes, is like, hey, you know something. You gonna tell me, you gonna talk to me, you gonna tell me this, tell me. Hey, hold on. Who the heck are you? First of all, like we really need to be very protective of people that does come in here and want to speak their truth or whatever they got to do. Let me tell you, let me explain this to you guys. I'm not jumping on you guys. Like I said, that was all on me, because I was like, first of all, we're just having this decent conversation, and it started to get a little different, and I felt the vibe, and next thing I know, somebody from the bushes come in here like, woo, 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 I'm doing you a favor. Don't do that. And if they're not in here, not hearing it right now, they're not really part of the family. So, if you want me to treat you like family, then you need to be in here when the wheels are not really turning. The wheels are just, hey, we're trying to get the ingredients to make the cake. Not wait until we get the cake and you sit down and eat and think and everybody's happy because you're here to eat. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's good and gravy. But, if somebody comes in here and I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you right now, because I know somebody's going to try me. I know somebody's going to try to see if I got heart. Let me tell you something. And I'm going to say this. Every one of you in here, if you guys don't believe that I have the heart to put a person in place real quick, I snap like on a dime. I snap real quick. I can't do that 99.9% of the time when we're in the channel. I have to hold my composure. if everybody acting foolish, the host acting foolish, the chat acting foolish, the people in the back in the bushes acting foolish, y'all gonna come in here. I see a lot of channels like this. It's just a whole bunch of rah rah re whole bunch of rah rah. They get in everybody's emotions. Like I'm a realist. Like, dang, uh, hmm, you know, like I don't need, you know, and it didn't really surprise me. It just seemed like you guys don't understand something. There's other channel holders that come in here and they just sit back. And see, that's what I thought it was. And I still believe it is. You're tearing up stuff over here because you see something getting ready to jump off. So now you got your little minions, or your little minions that's coming over here going, oh, if SP got something, because I'ma sit in the wait, and then if something get ready to jump off, I'm gonna be in there like I told them. I don't need you to help me. We are we're not confrontational over here. But it can be that. You know what I'm saying? It really can. It can be that. For the right reason, right place. Yeah. You know? And I don't know if I do believe it's somebody from a whole nother channel ain't came in here, ain't said hello, ain't said, hey family, I love y'all, I support y'all, nothing. Just come in here. Soon as they just sitting in the wait. Soon as they see somebody say something, they like, oh, that's that person that was over here and over there and over there and over there. Thank you, Andrea, for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna give you a super dance in a minute. Let's just do that right now so we won't forget, you know. Thank you very much for that super chat. And Pamela said, don't make them make you act like that, Pamela. Let me tell you something. They don't make me act like that. I'm already about that life. I really am. We miss you too, Andrea. We miss you too, Andrea. Max. All right. I'm already about that. You know what I'm saying? I just hold it in. And I want family to know, like, don't be like, oh my goodness, SP done went off, she done lost her cool. No. You know, I'm gonna tell you something about this case that it clings to me just like I know it, like I walked it myself. So I do get in my feelings. You know how sometimes they tell people, put yourself in that person's shoe. Put yourself in that person's shoe, okay? Now, the only thing different with this case and then my life is my mother wasn't on drugs. But I was in a crazy, crazy house. You know? Crazy. I do believe women think they do their best and they get blindsided. She says, CSP, you made me calm down and be respectful, and these people are not respecting you. Girl, now I don't, you know what? Because, like I said, like sometimes you got to think about the situation, and you can't just bum rush everything. Let's see what it do, what it does. I'm thinking, okay, you know but then, like I said, I had more than 12 hours while I'm at work, and I'm thinking about the whole situation. And I'm praying about it, because praying is the best thing to do. I didn't go to my husband and say, honey, this happened, such and such. It's really not like, like, we're not putting our physical hands on people. But I do have certain things out there that's working in our best interest. I have prayed about. So I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting to see it. I'm like, I don't know. I can't tell you what it is. Like some people be like, oh, I'm a foreseer. I can. If you can foresee, tell us where Neziah is at. And quit telling us about a white barn, a gate, a car, a blue button. Because every time somebody say something, it don't even add up. Oh, we're looking for some, a rug rack jacket. Oh, but we found a black jacket. Oh, because she had a black jacket on. The mama say it's a blue hoodie. Oh, we're looking for blue and white shoes, but we find red, black, and white. Now tell me if I'm making sense, but every time somebody say one thing, it's something else. They got her in attendance on the 10th. Did y'all even have her on attendance on the 9th? And was that her? Because that could have been the other child. You know what? I'm going to tell y'all something that, we're not going, and I put it in it's the thumbnail. I said, guess what? We're not going to find Neziah. We're not going to find her. No, we're not. I can tell you right now, she's going to be just like King Hill. She's going to be just like Cody Bixby. We're not going to find her. And I know why they, and I'm not saying they should not put Jarvis completely underneath the jail. Yeah, too many people trying to cause distractions. And they already lost the case. They lost the case at the beginning, y'all. They lost the case. I'm not telling you something you don't know. You guys know this. We've seen many cases. What case do you know wait more than 30 days to go look for a child? You tell me. All the videos gone. All the trash is dumped. You tell me what police department wait 30 days to go look for a child? I'll wait. And still ain't looked in the trash. Because you know what? I'm not gonna make you feel bad. It's already bad. It's bad. Because she's not worth it. She wasn't worth it then. She's not worth it now. Let me tell you all the creeps and things that you guys don't see that I have to look at and try to make sense. Can't put it together because people been hiding for years and years and years. You want to know? You want to know something that's really stupid? Let me share this with you. And this will travel. But they'll look into it, but it'll travel. First of all, you got to think, like I said, this did not start with Jarvis. This started when this started way before the child was even born. The mama had problems. And her problems she thought was just normal. So she had babies And who was the fathers of these babies? They're always older men. And when you're around a woman that's telling you and you're looking at, oh, it's okay. Everybody's got older men. Older men are usually tricks. Older men is all about that money. Older men, it's okay. It's always okay because this older man, we seen this in the King Hill case. I try to tell you, the grandma was sitting over there getting drunk and high, so she didn't care who was with her daughter. The daughter can get mad at me all she wants because she think that was okay. Nothing wrong with that. Marvin could date her because the mama said, bring me some beer. Y'all thinking I'm making this up. They can get mad at me. They can get mad all they want. As long as that man is bringing in something in that household, he can do whatever he wants to that child. They don't put it like that, but that's the way it is. I'm telling y'all, I'm not sugarcoating anything. I'm just saying they will turn their heads. They will look the other direction. They will act like they don't understand. And everybody's just treating the child badly. It's just, that's the way it is. Y'all think, it ain't presented out there like that. But yeah, that's the way it is. You come with money, you paying bills, you over here at the house. Hey, this is SP.
How you doing? This is Kenya. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. Hi, Kenya.
Good. I can hear your passion with your broadcast there. And I thank you for also expressing your thoughts and everything about anxiety and helping us keep her name out there, whatnot, even though there's other children out here who suffered the same kind of sort of consequences that she had. But I did want to say, I just literally tuned in when you were talking about Detroit police, and I just wanted to say that the Detroit police got a hold of the case 30 days later because of DPD. DPD had Naziah's case literally sitting on their desk because the police cop, school cop, was retiring the next day, and her case literally sat on their desk. So we don't blame Detroit Police Department. Once Detroit Police Department got a hold of it, they hit the ground and tried to do as much as they could.
Exactly. Yes, you're right. That's what happened. The school security or whatever they are, DPS, had that case until February the 13th.
Yeah, so the whole lot got missed, unfortunately, because he was worried about his retirement and not worried about what was going on. And then we can't really blame him so much because she was reported as a runaway, not missing. So that also messed up some things. Because when you run away, okay, well, we'll give it a couple of days to see if this kid turns up. That's how that goes, versus if they would have said she's missing, other action probably more than likely would have been taken.
Right. But I got a question to ask you.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you're on this phone because, I've got a question to ask you because I'm not understanding some things and just tell me, I might be off, but the guy that was retiring, what was his name? George Harris.
I can't even bring his name up.
His name is Greg Harris. Is he any kin?
No.
Okay, but you're kin. You're kin to Naziah.
Yeah, I'm Kenya. I'm Naziah's
Okay. So I got another question to ask you, Kenny. Can you?
Yeah,
And the question is, Marvin Jenkins was Naziah's father.
correct.
Did you know Marvin Jenkins?
Never met him. He didn't do shit for her. He was never around. Ever.
Okay. But he's married to Nakia
Yeah.
Harris.
Uh, yeah, well, that's just a coincidence.
Say what?
That was just a coincidence in the last name.
Okay. Okay. Now, what about Anthony Gamble? Is
Anthony is Annette's oldest son.
Anthony
She had
is
him.
Annette's oldest son.
Yeah,
And Jermaine,
that's her son.
that's her son.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Um so why can you tell me, since you're part of this family? I'm not a confrontational person. I'm just not.
Thank you. Me neither.
And
I will be. Let me say, I will be when you want some BS. But otherwise than that, I can have a civil conversation as a woman.
right. Now, why is it that all in this family it's all these older men around?
What do you mean as far as like older men?
Huh?
What do you mean it's like far as like older men? I don't understand the
Oh,
question.
because Marvin, he's older. Um, and then he got Lady pregnant, and then Marquita's child is by the security guard from school, and he got Marquita pregnant, and Annette got pregnant, and I mean, all of them's by older men.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be 100 with you. I can't answer that because my grandma told me and told me don't date nobody older than 5 years older than you, and that's what I did. I didn't date nobody older than 5 years older than me. You know what I mean? So I can't answer the old man part of why they mess with people that are so many years older than them. I can't answer that.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if maybe they saw money, thinking financial stability, or I don't know. I don't know. But my grandma told me, don't mess with nobody older than 5, 7 years older than you. You know, I don't know.
now Kenny, you're Roxy's mom.
I am.
You know what? I think Roxy has done. I don't know. I don't get in the the money part, because it takes money to make money, and then whatever. I seen her out there,
Here,
looking and
here's
every.
my thing. I don't mean to cut you off. Here's my thing with this, right?
Hmm.
So everybody got a problem with her, with Naziah's own cousin getting any kind of monetary gain, but we're okay with people that's not even related getting monetary gain. We okay with that. But when it comes to her own family members getting some kind of monetization, that's a problem. You hear what I'm saying?
Right,
That's a problem. And I don't get that part. At least it's a family member.
right.
But don't nobody care about people that are not family members getting monetary gain. But it's a problem because it's Naziah's cousin getting some monetary. I don't get it.
No, it's a lot of people jumped on the bandwagon, and I understand how you feel about that. But so did you make any reports about Naziah?
Okay, so I don't know how long you've been following. You know what I'm
I've been
saying?
following it since it's been happening.
So you know about all the marquee conversations and how many times we was on there and discussed certain things and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, because we
well,
try
I
to
don't,
ask.
I don't, I don't look at all the. When everybody get to arguing and fighting and stuff, it just takes away from it. So,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
they're saying they
What else?
can't hear you.
Oh, see, because right now I'm driving and I got my headset on, so you can hear me. I can't make myself any louder. I do
Right, but you
apologize.
sound like Roxy to me.
Yeah, well, she sound like me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you sound like Roxy to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but it's me. I'm the mommy.
Okay.
I apologize. What was your question now?
That did you make any reports of Naziah being mistreated? I mean, because the adults in this situation is saying like this was a nice home, and but everybody's running away, everybody's getting pregnant at an early age, everybody's this person doing drugs, that's such a I know there was some. I think Janelle made a report. Did you make a report?
No, I didn't make any reports. And let me tell you why.
Okay.
So, Janelle and Kiwana, originally, they started out with whatever happened. I didn't have no clue of anything that was going on in that house. But that was my big cousin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was somebody I could call and talk to when I was frustrated, because I knew what kind of individual she was. At least I thought I knew. So I didn't know any of this stuff was happening, right? I never saw anything that was out of order to maybe be like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Except for the one individual that was on her that was at her house that, I asked her about because she just gave me a weird feeling. So that whole time from until this came out, which was in 23, I would see my cousin, drop by every now and then, or she'll call me and need something. I'll shoot over to the east side in front of her real quick or whatever. When my cousin came to my house and told me about what was going on with two of the girls, I was like, huh? It was a shock, like, huh? So before I went to Facebook about any of that, I called my cousin and I said, Dad, such and such came over here and told me about some things about Jarvis. And
oh, you went to Annette and said, Annette, somebody said these things about Jarvis.
I called her on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I called her on the phone. And I could hear Shannon in the background talking mess. You need to mind your business. Ain't nothing like that on here. Why you sticking your nose in business and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, huh? I was like, well, Annette, this is what's being said. She's like, ain't nothing going on. I would never let nothing like that happen. I was like, oh, okay. So I called Annette's sister, and she didn't even know why I was calling. I said, hey, cuz. She's like, hey. I said, where your daughter at? She was like, she's right here. I said, put her on the phone. She was like, okay. And she put her on the phone, and I asked her what I needed to ask her, and she confirmed. I said, oh, hell no. And then that's when it kind of blew up on Facebook.
Oh.
So as far as me going to the police and all that stuff, Kiwana told me her and Janelle had been going to the police, making reports. They had been calling CPS, making reports, and they didn't know what else to do. And I said, well, I'll blast people out on Facebook. And she was like, well, go ahead. And I was like, all right. And that's how it got on Facebook. So there was no need of me going to the police station and making no reports and nothing like that. If they're already doing it and nothing's being done, me going, that wasn't going to make a difference. You understand what I'm saying? There's just one more person coming to make a report that y'all not going to do nothing about. Well, now it's time we're going to take this shit to social media.
So it was on social media in 2023.
What's ironic about it is I started going back and forth with them about it January 8th, a day and a year before Naziah came up missing.
So I just want to know.
A year and a day.
So the two girls was still stuck in that house. Well, Naziah and the other girl.
What do you mean, Nasiah and Shannon's daughter?
Yeah.
Because the other child that was at the birthday party, that's Annette's sister's daughter, and she don't stay there.
But so when these girls, so the moms knew. Somebody made the accusation that they've been touched, they've been fooled around with at the birthday party. And
From what from what I posted on Facebook was that from my understanding was that he offered them money for fellatio.
right. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm.
So if people are in your comments talking about you not answering my questions, I can't see your comments because I'm driving. So.
Oh, don't worry about them in the comment section, because that's what we were talking about earlier. Somebody came in here and they was trying to talk to us yesterday, and it got all discombobulated. So Naziah was going through all of this, and so Roxy and you guys knew because they must have told. What happened to the kids? Did they get a whooping?
Well, see, the thing is that when the story was brought to me, nothing was ever said about Naziah, right?
Yeah.
Nothing was said about Naziah, because it would have been easy for me to just go over there and, get a hold of Naziah, but nothing was mentioned about Naziah. You know what I'm saying? So why would I leave Naziah out of it if I would have known about Naziah? I didn't know about Naziah. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of stupid, don't you think? Wait a minute, Naziah's a part of this shit too? Because I could have gotten a hold of Naziah. You know what I mean? So I didn't know anything about Naziah. Let me say this. When we found out that Naziah was missing, Shannon made a post on Facebook. My daughter called me and was like, "Did you see the post about Naziah missing?" I said, "What?" She said, "Naziah is missing. Lady's daughter is missing." I said, "Huh?" She said, "Shannon posted." And when she went back to get the post to repost it, Shannon took it off Facebook. So we didn't even know Naziah was missing. They didn't call none of the family members. They didn't call none of us. They didn't even call me. They called nobody in the family to say, "Lady daughter is missing, y'all. Can y'all come over here and help us? I know we ain't seen y'all in a minute, but we need help. My niece is missing. Y'all cousin is missing. We need help. We need y'all to get over here now." They did nothing. They did nothing. They said nothing to those family members about Naziah missing. So we didn't know that Jarvis was connected to Naziah until they announced it on the news. And then that's when we knew that he was connected to her disappearance. We then started analyzing videos of Naziah, and the one video that we saw with her and Josiah, you could tell she was pregnant. And that's when we started saying, "Oh my God, she's pregnant."
You could tell she was pregnant. What video is that?
Where she's dancing and Josiah is dancing, and she's got I almost want to say she had a gray sweater on. Don't quote me on this, because you know how people like to slam you and you say something wrong. But yeah, she was dancing in the video, and Janiah was with her dancing, and you could see she had a belly. And you know how a woman cups their stomach when they're pregnant. She cupped her stomach. She didn't cup it, but she did the cup move. We said, "Oh my God, she's pregnant." So we knew she was pregnant before they even announced on the news that she was pregnant.
Yeah, but, and I have to say, if she was pregnant, the DNA would have proved or showed that she had the chemical, the HCG in her blood Uh, why, they didn't.
Even though we could see it in the video, even though Kim Worthy has said it, they're not going to give us all the evidence they got because what we just went through was a pre-trial to make sure we could take this man to trial. So then, of course, they're not going to tell you everything. Of course, they're not going to confirm everything. Everything is going to come out in trial. Everything don't come out in pre-trial.
Right, right. I get that, but um, they didn't really have to say anything, especially. Well, what was said that they did not let the public hear when the other girls testified?
Well,
Was
see, I haven't rewatched the testimony stuff as far as court or whatever.
it's not on TV.
The pre-trial was.
Right, but they when the other victims testified, they did not put that on.
Yeah, it was. They didn't put that on there. I can't discuss that.
But did you get to hear it? Why you can't discuss it?
I did. Well, because if they want the public to know what those children said, then y'all would have been able to hear it. Now, after trial is done, we'll let y'all know what they said. But for right now, if they didn't release it and they didn't say what these children said, we can't put that out there.
Well, there's other people in the courtroom, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's already been said to me. It's already been told to me.
The people that was in the courtroom during pre-trial was us family members.
Exactly. Or witnesses or
But
working there.
the witnesses came in one by one, so each witness don't even know what each witness said.
So, what do you think happened?
I don't want to think about what happened to Messiah. Um, Whatever happened to her, and she's not here.
Do you think Shannon got something to do with it? Well, let me share this with you because it may seem very small, but the way Jarvis was moving that day, I like to keep it on Naziah. I really do. But
Yeah.
in order to keep it on Naziah, it's kind of like we're going this way and that way. Like, I'm not understanding some things, especially when it comes down to the shoes. Because when I look at them shoes, first of all, when she got off the bus, and if that was her walking, those are not the same shoes. And then not on top of that, the shoes that when she's in the video dancing, the red and black and white shoes, they don't have, they have a black threading in that shoe. But the shoe that was found is white threading. It's almost the same shoe, but it's white threading. It's not black threading. Can you explain that, or what you're thinking on that?
Well, I mean, now you got me wondering. So now I'm gonna have to go back and look and see what you saw that I didn't see. But what I can tell you is that when my daughter and I were doing a search because of the area that we heard was where the police was at, we did run across those shoes. We didn't touch them. And we did look at them, and we did see a smudge of blood on them. I'm happy that we didn't touch them. We left them there because we were searching, in certain areas at Rouge Park, looking to hopefully find something. We did not realize that those were her shoes until her brother posted that picture, and then we was like, oh my screenshot, those were her shoes.
But
So, what you're saying that the threading was different, now I have to go back and look and
Kenya,
see.
yeah, the threading is different. Those are not the same shoes.
Hmm. Well, I didn't see that. I didn't look that much in detail. All I did was see the shoes that was out there where we was at and notice a blood smudge was on the shoes. But as far as the thread and all that stuff, I didn't even pay that much attention. So now I'm going to go back and look to see what you see, what I didn't see.
See, I'm
But
thinking
either or, she could have had two different pairs. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
she could have had two different pair. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, that's not the same shoe. And so I'm thinking to myself, the research guy said that the shoe was stuffed inside of the onesie. So how did you guys
Yeah,
see the shoe if it was stuffed inside the onesie?
right. That's what he said. Well, the shoes, we saw two shoes over there by the golf cart place, and one was on the branch and one was on the ground. So we don't know if those are the same shoes or not. I can't confirm that, but we did find a pair of white and burgundy, and I don't know if they had black trim or not, but we did see some shoes out there that was of Nike and of her, about what her foot probably size was. But like I said, to us, we didn't connect the dots of the shoes until we seen the picture, which was the same kind of shoes.
It looked like the same shoe, but it's not
Yeah,
the same shoe.
yeah. So
So what I'm thinking is, what if Jarvis get off because that wasn't even the same shoe
well, I'm gonna say this part on him
on
get
that
out,
part?
right? Right. He's never, ever, 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 ever gonna get out. He's going to take this man's breath behind bars. Whether Nasiah unaliving case gets screwed up or whatever, he got so many other charges against him. He's not getting out.
Right. I know that. Yeah, he's not because those other girls came. If those other girls wouldn't have came up and testified, you
Right.
know,
Might be a little different, but he's not home. He's taking his last breath behind bars.
so what is Roxy doing now?
We are gathering. We are waiting things out. We releasing little stuff here, little stuff there, but not much. Of course, everybody knows the court date is June, June 10th, I think. So that's basically jury selection or whatever they're going to do. Um, but we can't really give it too much or say much more because all of the information that's out there is out there right now.
Right. Yeah, it's been out there. It's um hmm. So you think Naziah is gone?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What makes you think that though?
Um, everybody talk about Kim Worthy. Yeah, she's screwed up here, she's screwed up there, but you know,
No, I don't think she screwed up. I think she brought what she could bring with the circumstances that they waited. I mean, I don't know if they, as far as the police, like you say, but the school held on to that for 30 plus days. But still, she's making sure he gets off the street. That's good and great. But
yeah.
I think other people should be accountable for too. Their
Oh,
the things that they did and didn't do.
didn't do. Absolutely. I said that in the beginning. They deserve to have them silver cuffs on and go down the drain right with them because they knew.
But what
They
makes
knew.
you think that Naziah is deceased?
If Kim Murray Larry said she was having a prove undoubtedly that Naziah has been unalive, that says enough.
Cause she say it.
She said undoubtedly they will be able to prove it. That right there is when you got to accept. She said undoubtedly my little cousin is gone.
Well, the only way you can have not be undoubtedly is have a body. That
That's
is
true.
that is the only way it can be, no exceptions. But I mean, the jacket that everybody, nobody's saying, hey, this was her face, this was, that was, they're saying, hey, she was wearing this colorful jacket. They, all they remember about this baby is the colorful jacket.
Well, did you hear the part where they said they have Jarvis walking into the hotel with Desire?
Nope.
Okay.
They said, when they say that.
You gotta listen back to Kim Worthy. They have Jarvis
Kim
walking
Worthy
into the
said that.
hotel. Yes, with Desire. They have it on video.
Girl.
That's how they know. And then everybody wants to talk about King and Jarvis, but y'all gotta understand, King had a tether on his leg, and that's why they was able to track so much. That's why they was able to track a lot of stuff, thanks to King having that tether on his leg.
Okay, well, I don't know about that, Kenya. I don't know about that, because if they could have tracked that tether when they heard Jarvis and King conversating on the phone, they went and got the phone, they went and got the car. They actually said that they had pinged Jarvis's phone over there in Ypsilanti. Well, they should have known where they had went. I mean, King said that the car was towed that morning. The girl from Ypsilanti said the car was towed on the January the 4th or the 5th. So there's a lie there. There's a whole bunch of lying going on. And when she said they left in his truck. And then she turned around and said, you know a difference from a truck and a car. They had to sit back and say, oh, when they was in the car, which position was they in? Allowing her to change her whole answer but she didn't. She just said she didn't know. Then she turns around, not only that, and said they arrived in the daytime. It was bright, it was light outside, and that could not have been. That could not have been. Huh?
I mean, I don't
Okay,
know.
because Jarvis's sister phone pinged at the shop at 5, what was it, 5:45, somewhere around about 5:45, and she left, I'm sorry, 3:45, 3:45, and before they even made it there to the shop. And then her phone stopped pinging at 2000 Connor at 5:36. Now, at that time, January the 9th, it started getting dark. It was already getting dark. By the time they drove to Ypsilanti, 40 minutes, even if it would have been 20 minutes, it's dark. The woman came on the live. Well, she was on the stand, and she said when they arrived, it was light. And when they left, it was light. She actually also said that Naziah didn't ask for nothing to eat. She didn't say anything. She didn't get up. She didn't go to the bathroom. All she seen was this colorful jacket. And then she also said, she didn't say nothing, but King said that she had left to go to the ATM. She didn't say nothing about that. But she said the next day they had to cash out Jarvis.
Yeah, 'cause you get paid the rest of all the money or
See, I don't think you guys are looking at everything as being said. I think like when the police say something, you guys think that it's true. I think you guys think it's true.
Like as far as
But okay, so when they were looking for Naziah and they found out that King was with Jarvis, they should have known exactly what house they went to. They did not know.
well, I think they did know because they went straight to her house and, like you said, she didn't know what was going on until they told her.
They went to her house in the end of February.
Right, because that's when DPD got a hold of the case in February.
Jarvis, Jarvis and King talked before Valentine's Day, February the 13th.
Right, and then Jarvis went to jail February 6th,
February the 7th, they picked up King February the 13th. They would have known by that tether everywhere they had went.
Right, that's what I said. That's what I said.
But they didn't go
Having that tether.
exactly, but they did not go to her house until the end of February.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about as far as the police going to her house. Well, I can't pinpoint things. I'm not going to say that I can, or I know every step that the police department did to get to whoever they need to get to. But I don't know. You know, they had to draw the information, get the information, and they had to do some work first before they, popped up on people's doorsteps. They was already 30 days behind.
So do you still have communication with Annette?
No, I have not talked to my cousin since I called her on that phone.
When was that?
In January. Yeah.
In January?
January 2023. Yeah. Yeah. I have not talked to her or seen her since.
Did you see a post where Shannon put up a post that she had Naziah had contacted her?
When she was in school?
No. After Naziah came up missing.
Yeah, right. Are you serious?
Huh?
Well,
I'm asking this is a really important question. Did you not see Shannon had posted that Naziah contacted her? This is after January the 9th.
No, because I'm pretty sure Shannon and Marquita blocked me.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they blocked you.
Yeah.
So why is Marquita now separating herself from the situation? Do you know?
I mean, that's the interesting part to me because Marquita was aware, because I was going back and forth with Marquita about it on Facebook. So I'm not saying, I don't know if she was aware about Naziah being, a sausage. I can't say that, but she knew that some things was going on with Jarvis at her mother's house because I was going back and forth with her about it. And she told me I was lying. I didn't know what the F I was talking about. I need to shut the F up and blah, blah, blah. So Marquita was aware of it. And you got to think that Marquita and Shannon are twins. And if I had a twin, my twin would know that my niece was effing my man.
Yeah. Yeah. So you think that
she may not have been living in the house, but I'm pretty sure she knew what was going on.
yeah.
No, her sister told her.
Yeah, I was thinking, why would Marquita get her kids taken away if she wasn't living in the home.
Right, because now her son gone. Her daughter been in the custody of her daddy. Her daughter been in the custody of her daddy because of an incident. Nothing as and but something else.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You said her daughter's been in. Okay.
Her
Can,
daughter been in the custody of her daddy.
he was on Facebook saying
Well,
on January the 9th he was trying to get custody. He was in court listening to his daughter's testimony and he was mad. He was upset. He
yeah, because he didn't know that his daughter had witnessed all of that.
but he didn't have custody of her.
Yeah, he ain't did.
Somebody texted him and said, you need to get custody of your daughter because it's a generational curse on that family. And he said, I'm in the process.
Well,
That's what he said. He said, I'm in the process of it.
as far as I know, he's been past her.
Nope. Nope. He didn't have her before court. Yeah, it's still up there too.
Um, maybe full custody because
He didn't have he got custody after court. I don't know how he got it so quick, but he did. And I mean that's a blessing that he's a man and he stepped up. But you know, you know, I don't know. I don't know how I think, and I've seen you on other channels and you guys chat about things, but I don't understand how not know. I mean, you guys knew. You didn't know it was Naziah and CPS didn't come in there and get them kids.
well, I'm going to say this part.
Uh-huh.
I never knew of anything that was going on at Annette's house. I never knew anything about Jarvis either until my cousin Tiwana came over and was telling me about what was going on and what had happened at this birthday party. So I partly grew up in California. I came back here. I was 2 weeks away from turning 16. So I never even knew the history of things that had happened to Annette, things that had happened to Lady. I never knew any of that stuff until she came over that day and was telling me about what happened at the birthday party. So that was just a much of a shock to me of anything that was going on and what had happened to even Lady, because I had always said, man, she got, something happened to her to make her fall down by the waistband like that she's dealing with. I always knew it was something, but I never knew it was that. So as far as people saying I knew, Roxy knew, my daughter definitely didn't know nothing. And I didn't know anything until my cousins came over and was like, this happened, this happened, this happened. I don't know what else to do. And then that's how my daughter got involved in this whole situation.
Well, yeah, hey, I think Roxy's been doing a good job. I mean, I seen her out there. And she said, y'all think I'm crazy. And I'm like, I was looking at her on the TV and I'm like, you are crazy because that's what happens. You go into survival mode. You you get whatever somebody's trying to give you and you run with it because nobody's telling you what's going on. So I can feel her not knowing what to do and listening to a seance or whoever can tap into the spirit or whatever. I get that. But I tell you what though, I mean, I understand why you guys are getting a beaten down, because people want to know. People want to know, and then when they ask you guys a question, the question that they ask, they just want a definite answer. So I'm going to ask you one question, and I want to see what happened at the birthday party.
Well, I wasn't at the birthday party.
Okay, you wasn't at the birthday party.
No, but the information that was given to me by you was that something happened in the basement, and I guess he offered Annette me some money for the fellatio.
Okay,
And
something happened in the basement, and he was in the basement with the kids.
but and that's a question too, because why would they have been in the basement with them? You know, I can't answer that part. But that's what I understand. Is how that process happened because they were in the basement, and I guess that's where he played his game at or something like that. I don't know.
What game? What game did he play?
Girl, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, girl.
So he asked. So he offered the kids money for fellatio,
That's from what my understanding is.
and Annette knew about this. Shannon knew about this, and Marquita knew about this.
I don't know if Marquita was there or not.
Well, she didn't have to be there. You wasn't there, but you know about it. So evidently, she have to know if you knew. You wasn't there. I wasn't there, and I know.
Right, that's what was relayed to me.
And they continue to put this man around their children, and
That's what I'm saying.
so he was supposed to take these kids to the store, right? And instead of taking them to the store, he took them to the shop, right?
I don't know. You know more than I know, right?
What you, you don't know. This is I'm saying what happened in court that they not telling people. They didn't let us see this, right? Ain't that what you heard in court?
I mean, say that one more time.
That he was supposed to take these girls to the store. So this is after a birthday party. So why are these little girls still getting in the car with him going to the store? And he took them to the shop.
I don't want to mislead nobody on any information, so I cannot put my brain to remember that all of that right there. I don't know.
Okay. So when was the last time you seen Naziah?
22.
In 2022?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's probably around September, October. As a matter of fact, it probably was October because Vari's birthday is the same day as my son's birthday, and I remember giving Vari some money, so I'm pretty sure that's how I went to us.
And you didn't see her on her birthday?
In September?
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay. Wow. This got to be a shock to your family. I know you guys are going through it, but
I mean, it is. I mean, for the rest of us, my grandmother had 9 children, and her first 2 children are gamblers, and that and them, they are of gamble. One of them technically is a gamble, and I always crack the joke. Them gambles are effed up. Something's wrong with them.
I know we did a whole segment on the gambles. I was trying to let everybody know the characters and the people, and I talked to Jermaine.
Really?
Yeah, I had 3 full conversations with Jermaine. He's in Ohio, I think. I think he's in Ohio. But I mean, yeah,
Jermaine Harris?
no, Jermaine Gamble, Anthony's brother.
Oh, his last name is
His last name is Gamble.
Gamble.
Yes,
Is it?
yes, ma'am. I'm telling you, I talked to him.
I thought his last name was Harris.
Nope, his last name is Gamble.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And we were trying to locate Anthony because it was told to me that if we find Anthony, we'll find the answer. And I'm like, well, the answer is we're looking for Naziah. So is that, I mean, because Anthony be doing a whole bunch of stuff, robbing people, setting things on fire, going in that. I mean, he's something else.
Yeah, Anthony is a little different. I don't know who told you if you find him, you'll find the answers. We found the person, and he's behind bars. That's the only person we're going to get some answers from.
No, we was looking for Naziah.
Huh?
We was looking for Naziah, and person contacted me and said, if you find Anthony Gamble, see, here's the thing. They say if you find Anthony Gamble, you'll find your answer. And I said, well, we're looking for Naziah. So then I said, okay, well, let's start looking for Anthony Gamble. So I didn't know who Anthony Gamble was. Then we found that Anthony Gamble is Annette's first child.
Correct.
And but we still could not find Anthony. But we found Jermaine. Jermaine says he is Anthony's brother. And he wants. So, okay. So we were talking to Jermaine, and then when Jermaine kind of caught on that we were looking for Naziah, he turns around and tell us he the police. I said, boy, please. You might be running from the police, but you're not the police.
Now, last time I talked to him, he was a security officer. And you know the difference between a security officer and a security guard. A security officer can carry a weapon. So last time I know, he's a security officer. When he became a cop, I'm curious. I almost need his phone number. Be like, when did you become a cop?
He not a cop. He not a cop. I already called. He said he was a cop for the Wayne Sheriff Department. I already called them. And, yeah, I called them. They say no, ma'am. No, ma'am. He's pulling your strings there. He's not.
Because even Shannon was on, Marquita was on Tasha show and said that, yeah, she got a brother that's a cop. I said, that the hell she do? He's a security officer. He ain't no cop because he ain't got it like that mentally.
No, he don't. I don't even know why they even gave him a gun to carry if they gave him that. But
yeah, he can carry. He can carry. And when I talked to him, he was a security officer.
Yeah. But I mean, he didn't know. And you can't beat people up if they don't know. I mean, he didn't know because when he started talking to me, he was concerned about his brother. I was like, I'm looking for him like you looking for him.
But here's my thing, right? So even though, let's say this, right? Even though Shannon, Marquita, and Annette, okay, they didn't want to get involved in any of the searches and nothing like that because potentially, they could have got beat up. The Detroit is pissed off with them.
Right.
Now, Florentino and we call him Pooh / Jermaine, they didn't show up to not their search. They didn't show up to her balloon release that we literally did directly across the street from where they live at. They didn't show up to none of that.
Right.
But Florentino got on to cuss us out about talking about his mammy.
Well,
but they ain't show up to help us do no searches. They ain't show up to none of them pre-trial
how many kids do
Seven. Annette,
Annette got 7 kids?
seven.
They
Three boys
biologically
and three
hers.
girls. She spit them out. Yes, ma'am.
4 boys and 3 girls.
Four boys and three girls.
Hmm. Now, okay, I want to ask this question because I know somebody in the chat gonna say, why you didn't ask the question about this bio freezer that Annette got in her basement?
All I can say is we are. We have. I don't know. Maybe it's a Michigan thing. You have free deep freezers in your house. You
Hmm.
gotta think about how many people in her household that she had to feed. She gotta put that food somewhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say. Because I got two deep freezers in my house, and I have four children that are now adults. So I've always had two deep freezers
Right.
because that's just the way I shop, and that's the way I grocery shop. Can I answer that for her? No, I can't. But I can say that she had a lot of folks in her house, which would require maybe two
Hmm.
freezers.
You a truck driver, right?
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
I'm driving as we speak.
Hmm. Man, people want to know who's on your phone. Kenya is on the phone.
I got some that's on my side, and I got a whole lot of them that ain't on my side, and I don't even know why.
Well, some people you can get into it with, and some people, you know, um, you just gotta not. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way that go. I mean, like, if you're gonna answer the questions or something, they're gonna ask the questions. But
You know, you know what I've learned? Between myself and my daughter, and I'm going to be 100 straight up with you. When we found out, everything that we found out about what has happened to Messiah and whatnot, our goal was to only get the story out here, let people aware, and maybe change a couple of laws about things like this. It was never to be monetized because we didn't even know shit about this. If you want me to be 100, we didn't know nothing about being monetized and all.
right,
And I'm just being 100 with you, right?
right.
That's just that. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm gonna say, damn, that was a plus. You know what I'm saying? But our original goal was just to get the story out here
Yeah.
and to tell it and let everybody know what the hell has happened here. And this her story is gonna slip away if we don't make people
No, no.
hey. You know what I'm saying?
Can you let me share some with you because I know you thinking that y'all got all this backlash, but to be honest with you, even if it's not what your liking is, it's still putting Nazia's face out there and the story out there. I
Yeah.
cannot say nothing bad about another YouTuber because I know like we've been on the other side where we had to say something that we know just is not right, right? I mean, we know it's not right. We know, but to bring that person or bring somebody out to tell us something, because when you don't say nothing, then our minds are going to wonder, do you got something to do with it?
Right. And that
So,
was my main thing. I'm sorry, I apologize not to cut you off, but that was my main thing for getting on people's panels because this is my name that you talking about. This is my daughter's name that you're talking about, and you're focused on the wrong two people because we're the two people that brought it out to social media to let everybody know, and y'all picking and prodding at the wrong people. So that was that was my main reason for
yeah, but
getting on
but
people's
they were
panels.
doing their job. They were. See, I had to
They
think.
sure brought me out.
Well, they were doing their job because if you don't say something and you just sit back, people's going to wonder what you're hiding.
Right.
Because okay, we're gonna make allegations. Okay, that's your cousin. You didn't know about your cousin. Why you all in the front? Why? somebody's, putting up a GoFundMe? Why is it that the balloons are being sold and not given away? They're going to ask those questions. Why would they not?
Right, and and that's my thing. We don't know who the hell said that. Because even when I was on a Shank uh, one time, and it was a lady from Detroit, and she attended the balloon release. And I said on there, I said, I don't know who put that out there, said she was selling the balloons, or she was selling the cupcakes. Then nobody had to buy nothing. And even the lady was like, yeah, we didn't buy nothing. I said, so I don't know who put that lie out there.
Well,
Someone donated, but we didn't collect no money from nobody.
well,
We asked no money from nobody at that balloon release. So somebody put that bullshit ass lie out there.
but that is like small potatoes. Those are the little bitty red small potatoes compared to Naziah being missing, and yeah, people are going to wonder who's making money off of this baby, selling balloons and selling cupcakes and shirts and things. And then, okay, if you're going to sell these things, what are you going to do with the money?
Right, but my thing is, it's, let me, how can I say this? Because, people just want to run with shit. Her goal of selling those t-shirts was to make people aware, to get Naziah's picture out there, which she did. She accomplished that because we got people all over the world that's got a picture of Naziah on a t-shirt.
Uh-huh.
Now, y'all, for people to sit up there and question where the money going, and I'm gonna be quick, it ain't nobody's fucking business where it's going. Because you didn't donate your money for her to buy the shirt. You didn't donate your money for her to buy the material. You didn't donate your money for her to take the time to make the shirt, or to come up with the shirt, or to go get the shirts. Didn't nobody get no money to do that. She spent her money to go do all of that. So, I ain't being rude, but it ain't nobody's fucking business. It's not. Because she spent her money. She took her time to do that. Who are these people to feel like they need to know where their money went? It's on your body. It's on that shirt. That's where your money went. That shirt that's got Naziah's picture on it, please wear it. And if anybody asks you who that is or what happened, tell the folks.
But Kenya.
I'm just being frank with it. It ain't nobody's business.
Yeah, but see that then what happens is somebody makes the accusation. We don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. I don't know if she made money or not. It doesn't matter to me I say if she made money, she made money. Yeah, you can't make too much money on a t-shirt. I mean, I'll be $5 do add up, $2 or $3 do add up, but it ain't gonna get you too far. But nevertheless, because you can only do it once or twice, you can't just do it all the time. No, But nevertheless, and it did what it did. So why would you go back and forth with the ones that's asking the questions? They're just wondering, like, okay, we're okay. Like, why are you making money? I mean, why would you get? I mean, people gonna say what they're gonna say. So, and then with you guys being the family, and you guys talk a little harsh yourself.
Oh, yeah, it was straightforward.
Okay, yeah, y'all talk a little harsh yourself. So if somebody asks you questions like why y'all selling shirts and what you doing with the money, and then it's like, who the fuck business is it? You know what I'm saying? And then that's just making more anger. And now, like, I just asked you a question, why you getting so defensive? That they may not say that, but they're wondering why you getting so defensive. We all trying to connect these dots that does not make sense. I mean, think about it. I'm going to say, think about it. Everybody failed this child. Everybody, from the time she was born. The daddy. Oh, that ain't my child. Okay, the mama, I'm on drugs. Okay, the grandma, well, shoot. Okay, come on over here with all this mess I got. I done raised 7, and all of this stuff is going on, but come on over, but I'm not going to pay no attention to you. But then when she comes up missing, everybody now doing something after all the grown-ups already know that there is a pedophile around these kids. And then everybody's getting mad at everybody else. But everybody knew that this pedophile was around these kids.
Right. So what I'm going to say to that is that, quote unquote, what Janelle said is that when she did her research to find out why he wasn't on the registry or whatever they supposed to do, that he didn't have restrictions of not being around children or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
but she knew because they asked Shannon, why was you with a pedophile? She said that he told her the situation, whatever situation it was. I know what situation he told her, but nevertheless, he told her a situation. So she was like, okay, I'll give him a chance because the world gave him a chance. So you gave him a chance around other people's kids. You should have notified, or Annette knew. Marquita knew.
and that's the thing. And that was my question when I called it. And I was like, Annette, you know he a pedophile? And he around the house, you know that. And then that's when I started getting cussed out by Shannon. Yeah. So they knew who he was. They knew what he was about. They knew that.
Yeah. And then see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, even if, so you don't think that you're responsible at all? And I'm not, trust me, I'm not judging you. But once you found out what happened at the birthday party or downstairs or when they went to the store or you heard this stuff, you know it's got to be some kind of truth to it, because kids can't make up a lie like, he wanted me to suck his what, or he wanted to eat my butt. They can't make that up.
Right.
Because we don't introduce them to that. So when they say something like that, something's got to be wrong. Now, if one person went and reported it, you got to keep reporting it. It takes more than one person. It takes a village. So, but you didn't report it?
It was nothing for me to report, and let me tell you why.
Because you didn't see it, but you heard it.
I did hear it.
But you know what? You can report that because you heard it.
But listen.
Okay. Okay.
So when I talked to my cousin, the one who has the daughter, right?
Yes.
I said, what did you do? I said, did you go to the police? What happened? She said, yes. She went to the police. She told them what happened. The police went to the house, questioned the kids, and the kids said nothing happened. So from that being said, nothing can be done. Nothing can be done.
Oh, you asked the mother. So you saying you asked the mother, did she report it? And she told you yes.
Yeah, she went to the police station, and the police station, they went over there and had CPS with them and questioned, and the kids said nothing happened.
Oh.
So that is why it didn't go any further.
Even because it's a report, this is how CPS work. We all know how CPS work. Once you make that initial report, whether they come in and the kids say no, that report is still active for a while.
But here's the shocker. He already had 3 other complaints against him before this one even came in.
Right. So why you didn't make a report? So you heard the same thing. So because you know how kids get scared when they see police officers, and they get scared thinking we finna get taken away, or mama's going to jail, or I'm getting somebody in trouble. So they do change, and especially when they're right in front of adults, or they just got a whooping. Hell, if I just got a whooping, I'm not saying what I just said before. I'm gonna recant everything I just said, because now you here and right in front of my mama, and no, that didn't
Right, they're
happen.
not gonna tell you this is what happened. Correct.
But
But
if you're
again,
protecting the kids, even because you heard it, you know you have to report it, because
right.
if enough,
I
yeah,
get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that three other individuals that had children made a report about Jarvis Butt before this even happened to
mm-hmm,
Desire, and they dropped the ball.
mm-hmm,
And not including, there was another report that Detroit Police Department had, and Desire name was in that report, and even Detroit Police Department announced on the news maybe about 2 weeks ago that they dropped the ball.
yeah. I think everybody dropped the ball, and I'm not beating you up, but you know,
Well, can't nobody beat me up because I didn't know nothing was going on with the fire. So regardless of how people feel or regardless of what people say, I didn't know anything that was going on with the fire. I can't help or do something about something I didn't know about.
right.
I didn't know about it. That's what people
I think I
gotta hear
think
me.
people didn't know how serious. I think people did not know
How
how
serious it was. You was
serious
right
it
on point
was.
with that because I didn't know it was that serious. I didn't know that.
When you got a child, because you probably didn't know about the reports before. You know now, but you didn't know before. Now had you known that there was 3, 4 other reports about his affiliation, about being a pedophile, you would have said, "Oh heck, I'm going to report this." But since you did not know about that, you kind of thought, I don't know. She said that she reported it, so I'm gonna.
Well, no, that's not even the backbone that I have about even that part. The only thing that my cousin told me about was the birthday party. You know what I'm saying? And that they had made reports about it. All that other stuff, she didn't tell me nothing about all that other stuff. You know what
Mm,
I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I asked my cousin, which is that sister, like, what did you do? Like, did you go to the police station? I'm asking her what was the process, what happened, and then that's when she told me. Police said they can't do much because the kids said nothing happened. I was like, well, damn, you know. And I really still didn't even assume the detail of all the other stuff until it started coming out. And I gotta admit, it's still a shocker to me to know that this cousin, the one that I was calling, kicking with, would be involved in something like this.
Yeah.
Like I never in a million years would have thought that my cousin would be in a situation like this. Not her. You know what I'm saying? I would have never known that anything like that happened to her kids. I never knew any of that. And I'm still at disbelief with it. I mean, I understand and I believe it, but I'm in disbelief that my cousin even let something happen to her own grandbaby and didn't do nothing about it. That's a blow.
Yeah.
That's a blow. That hurts. That's a disgrace. It's disgusting. That's a blow. To know that my cousin, her grandmother, didn't even do shit about it. And she had to know. She had to know. Undoubtedly. Desire is a small girl. Ain't no way in the world you miss her belly. Ain't no way in the world you didn't see her face with that. That's your grandbaby. How you not gonna pay attention to her? You knew. She knew. Shannon knew. Marquita knew. They knew. They couldn't have missed it. They all need to be fucking handcuffed. They my cousins, but Natalia didn't deserve that at all. She deserved to be protected. She deserved to be loved. She deserved to be able to grow up and be a little girl, to grow up into a young lady, to grow up into a woman, to grow up and be whoever she was going to be. She deserved that.
Yeah. Well, she deserved to be, uh, you know, found too, and we're not gonna get that.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. And it would have been nice to have his court date before winter time, just in case he confirmed where she could possibly be, because that's where they pinged his phone at the longest. Um, it was, and if that is the case, then I just hope that whatever's happened, that we're able to recover her. You know, that's what I hope we're able to at least recover whatever is left of her, to put the rest of her away. That's the most that I pray and hope for.
There's one thing that you said that I'm like, I don't remember Kim Worthy saying that they see him walking into that Pinecrest hotel with Naziah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It was bad.
But you saying she said it.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's how we know he was the last one with her.
Hmm.
That's why we know whoever this psychic guy or whatever he said, Raya got beat up by Shannon and all that stuff is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
But she's walking in with Jarvis.
But Jarvis called Shannon at 10:53.
I don't know
No, I'm telling you.
that part. You talking
He called her. He called her
on the night?
on the 9th. He called Shannon at 10:53.
Wow.
So why would he call? I
Wow.
mean, why would he take Naziah out and then call Shannon?
I mean, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I feel like Shannon knows more than what she's saying. Maybe she do, maybe she don't, but I feel like she do, and that's my opinion. For him to call her at 73, if you listen to her in her testimony, she said that she texted him. I think she texted him, have you seen to the, or something like that, and then she texted him again, said still no to the, you know.
But he called her. She didn't answer the phone.
Oh, she didn't answer the phone when he called her at 10:53.
Exactly.
Oh.
It was an outgoing call to her phone. He called her, and she didn't answer. Now, if a child is missing, why would you not answer your phone?
Right. You have her stuck to you.
But then she went to go do a paternity case on him that morning. Instead of looking for Naziah, she went to the courthouse. And then here's the funny thing. She went to the courthouse, and Annette, she's allegedly supposed to drop off the kids at 7:30. Well, if she dropped off the kids at 7:30, why she didn't make the report after she dropped the kids off? She dropped the kids off, and she didn't make the report until 11, 12 o'clock. That's 3 hours. Why are you waiting to make the report to the school that you just dropped the kids off at? Why you just didn't walk your butt into the school and say, by the way, while I'm dropping my other kids off, Naziah didn't come home at 7:30 in the morning. Why you wait until 11?
My thing is, if that day, had she not been home, I would at least gave her maybe 3 hours to get to the house. After 3 hours, and I know that her routine is she normally comes straight home, and she don't do anything pretty much without permission, and she's not here. That right there would have stuck my antennas up.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Okay.
So that itself is a problem for me. Because my grandbaby 13 years old and she ain't came home, and I know this girl's coming up missing left and right. And my grandbaby ain't here and she normally come home. You gonna get your man, you gonna go to sleep? That's a problem. Something ain't right. And then if you even look at the newscast, when she was on the newscast, she didn't say nothing about the writer. She went, I mean, my solutions would have overtaken me. So where you probably wouldn't even understand what I was saying, but Messiah, where you at?
Hmm.
There's no how you gonna hold it, how you gonna hold your emotions in and your grandbaby is this. And this is what, 2-3 weeks later. I don't know how she was able to do that and didn't have no emotions in her whatsoever. And neither did Shannon.
Hmm. But you know, these people that show their character's been like this.
And then normally when your family member misses, don't you text them and try to call them? Hey, you okay? You okay? Where you at? Where you at? They didn't do none of that either.
Right.
They didn't do none of that either.
Right.
Wouldn't you be texting your family member or trying to get in contact with your family member if they missing?
Yeah, one or two. Yeah, I would call the main one, and the main one would let everybody know my son came up missing. And first person I called my mama and say, we don't know what's going on, mama. Y'all get over here if you can. If you can't, that's fine. I got the police here because I'm calling the police right now, and I call the police right then and there. Right then and there, call it, because I don't care who gets in trouble because my child is missing, and it's time is an essence at that time.
It sure is. It sure is.
And then we can work it out later on if somebody get mad because I called the police. Get mad, but shoot, we got to get some answers here. So no, I don't understand none of it. I don't, but I don't I know, but Kenya.
That's my thing. So that's all I'm saying is, and then people got to remember, some of these people that's out here putting some of this slander out here is some of Jarvis' people.
Jarvis's people.
Oh yeah, some of Jarvis family members and stuff like that. Yeah.
Why you say that?
They be on these channels.
What?
Be on these channels. Y'all just don't know who all they are. They be on these channels.
Kenya.
His daughters were trying to fight me.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am. When his daughter Shannon contacted one of his daughters, her name at the time was Joe something. It was Joi something. But yeah, one of his daughters was trying to get at me because I was exposing her daddy on the internet. Yeah, y'all gotta remember, he got more baby mamas out here. He has more kids out here. He's got family members out here, and they see on the channels too.
Kenya.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. That's a long stretch.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't either. His family to be on. I don't know why y'all think they don't be. His family members to be on there.
Yeah. Well.
Trying to defend him, trying to deflect what's going on. Family that love him. Come on now. Come on. Don't think they not. Yes, they are.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yes,
I know he's got family members out there and they're not defending him at all.
I didn't say all of them.
Uh-huh.
But some of them are.
Yeah. Not all of them. You might be right. There might be some of them out there, but you know,
I mean, he got a whole fan club
But
females.
yeah, but
Yeah, he's got a fan club of females that
okay.
wants to be a part of him.
I know he's got family out there that's not supporting him. They just they know what they know,
Yeah, that's true.
and
They do.
they're they actually don't want to, this that doesn't happen, and they're very you got to remember when you go against family, it's gonna be a whole lot of backlash. But I haven't. None of them came to me and said, "Hey, quit talking about my daddy." Now, some of them done came to me, and I done came to them, and we done conversated, but they ain't came disrespectful. They all like, hey, you know, they ain't got nothing good to say. They don't say nothing at all.
I know for a fact that one of his daughters was trying to get at me.
One of his
Ain't no
daughters.
doubt about that. Because Shannon contacted her and she hit me up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I want to talk to you on a day that we have time to sit down and chit chat.
We'll see. This is about the only time, like when I'm rolling, I can conversate because ain't nothing else disturbing me. I'm just rolling and, I ain't got to tend to nothing else but my eyes on the road. So,
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. I mean, like I said, I've seen some people come in the channel, and they do some stuff. But like I said, ain't nobody defending him. I mean, there was a girl, one of his girlfriends, uh Nay. I talked to her, and she in love with him. She love him. She talked to me until somebody got to her, and then I can get a hold of her if I wanted to. I don't push people, like, you know I don't push her that much. I don't push
yeah,
because
I mean, I mean, he probably, if I look at the big picture, right, and if I be real as a woman, he probably would have been an okay guy if he wasn't the monster that he is now. But the monster that he is now, somebody made him be that monster.
yeah, yeah,
So you gotta wonder the woman that he that when he was 13 that assaulted him when he was 13. Did
yeah,
she start it?
yeah. It could have been
Was it
somebody
somebody
before her.
before her?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Where did his trauma start? Where did his trauma start?
yeah,
And then to hear that young lady say she's almost sure Frank was a man that was in the car when he was there, when he damn near kidnapped her. She's almost sure Frank was the driver.
huh.
So he
Okay.
was doing this 20 some years ago. And she also said that she can almost put her finger on it that she heard somebody say, "Help me, help me." That was coming from the basement.
Right. I remember that. Blessings on the channel. What's going on,
Hi,
Blessing?
how you
You
doing?
got something to say? Kenya's on the line right now.
Oh, shoot.
Well, she said something and it went off. Anyway, I remember when she was out there and they were looking and they were yelling for Nazaya's name, and they heard something like
No,
help.
no, not that part. That that part was by mosquito bite. Rocky called them mosquito bite, and they did that BS mess to get views. That's 100% true.
Oh, Okay. Let me see. Shauna's up here. Hey, Shauna, what's going on?
Okay, so I just want to apologize for leaving yesterday for one. That was weird. I can only tell you that I'm a seizure patient. I have a lot of accounts on Facebook because I can't remember the password, so every time I have to make a new one. I don't know what she was talking about. I don't know Naziah. I never have. I'm not from Detroit. I'm actually from Florida. I live in Georgia. The only reason I'm staying so strong on this case is because I feel like I live Naziah's life. Like I survived. You know what I'm saying? And maybe if I would have stood up and talked to the young girls, that maybe I could have helped her. You know, but as far as me ever telling anybody I know them or any, I have never contacted anybody and said I know Naziah or anything like that. Actually, I've talked to you and I've told you a little bit of my story, and it's it had nothing to do with that.
Right, right,
So all I can say is I don't know what they do with stuff today. I don't. I mean, I'm 46 years old. I have a very hard life, and I don't have time for that. I don't even leave my home. You know what I mean?
right, right,
It's
right. I kind of knew when you said, you know, your health condition. I was like, I talked to you before.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, I since I'm up here, it's important for me to say it now because of Naziah. And when I said I feel like I personally failed her, I don't see how anybody can feel like they didn't, because I don't. Like I said, I don't know her, but I still, in a way, have my own guilt, because maybe if I would have stood up and talked to like schools and stuff, maybe she would have heard my story and knew what to look for in the predator. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So I feel like in that manner, sorry, my phone. In that manner, even I failed her. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Is that I
right,
feel like everybody could probably admit that, at
right,
least. And as far as me, mine started young. My mom was drinking, and she had kids, and she was too young and shouldn't have. My mom was a good mom when she wasn't using and when she was home. But other than that, I was burnt when I was 2. I was set on a stove, and my diaper burnt to my bottom. And from there, her drunk boyfriend took care of me. And so the SA happened until I was like 9 years old. And it was hard, but my grandmother actually walked in the bathroom and see this. Anyways, it ended up, my grandmother ended up putting him in prison. But I promise y'all, the grooming, all that is so sick, because even after he went to prison and went to court and went to prison and everything, like my grandma asked me, "What do you want to do?" And I wanted to go to the prison and see him. I wanted to tell him that I forgave him, and I did. But that man literally looked at me and he said, "I've never met anybody like you. You should wish me dead." I said, "I don't." And today I don't. And I don't know why, but I just know that you have to, if you see something, something, you have to say something. I don't care if you have to get on a rooftop and scream it by a microphone. You've got to. And if somebody tells you something, I don't care if that person's, listen to them. If somebody's been hurt, you can tell by the way they're talking and acting. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yes,
And it's hard. And like I said, it's just hard. And to say it stopped there, it didn't. I want y'all to know that I went on at 28 to have a child by my stepfather, because that's how deep rooted the issues were. The generational. I'm not ashamed of it, but I'm not proud of it, because, like, to be honest with you, I thought I was doing what was right. I thought I was being a good girl, but that was what I was taught to do. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
However, that's why I don't leave my house today, though, is because the world is so evil and scary, and you don't know who your neighbor is or who somebody in the store is. You know what I'm saying? It's just I don't know. This world's scary to me, and I don't know how to deal with it. And this is my first time ever like talking about it and getting it out, so I'm a little nervous and unaware of how to do that.
right. Kenya,
But I
Kenya.
mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her name.
Her name is Shauna.
Shauna, what
yes,
I
ma'am.
say is, I'm putting my arms around you. big hug right now. And what I want you to know is that what happened to you was not your fault. And you need to let that go because it was not your fault. You didn't ask for that any of that to happen to you. And you became programmed. You understand what I'm saying? It's
Yes,
all
ma'am.
free yourself. It is okay to free yourself. It is okay to live for yourself going forward. You gotta let it go. Because if you feel like you can forgive him, there's nothing to forgive you about because you did nothing wrong.
It's not. I can. I actually. I forgive him. I know it's not about forgiving me. I know now that I'm not the one in the wrong. But what is hard to deal with is like I can't make the nightmares go away. I can't. The mental. I can't make it go away. And I'm 46 years old. I have seizures. I've had them all my life, so I hit my head a lot. I'm not. So I know my life is pretty much this is how I'm gonna die, and I don't. I have that to look forward to every day. I don't want to be like that. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying that my mental state, it's hard to deal with everything and understand it, that it wasn't my fault and that I couldn't have changed it, because that starts to interfere with the way I believe in God. I always believed that God was good and only good came from God, but I never could understand why things like this happen and keep happening.
And because it's a trend, and it's because we are people hold this in because people don't know how to tell because there's nothing out here to save people or victims like yourself, right? Because this is not something new. This has been going on for decades. This has been introduced to young girls by men because we as women are not held up like we should be by men. We are to be used by men. And you have to understand, even in the foreign countries, they have grown men still to this day marrying little girls. And this is why we are standing up as a woman and as women to change these laws. To
As
stop
women, as people, as parents, I mean, I can't understand. A lot of these women are just blatantly feeding their children to monsters.
it. Yeah,
I
because
mean,
this
I,
has
I,
been going on for decades. This
I
is
don't know.
not
It just crushes my soul.
decades.
And I don't understand how they say, well, people did it because it was done to them. Listen to me. My little boys weren't circumcised because I couldn't afford it. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the trauma I went through having to change their diapers, it was horrible because I couldn't touch them. If they cried, it freaked me out. I felt like I was violating them because of the way I felt when it was done to me. And I don't know how to. I couldn't make that go away. So things like that, when it's in my past, it is, but it comes up and there's nothing I can do about it. And so forever, this man's gonna always have some kind of control in my life, even though I've done everything, I've given him, I've forgiven him, everything. My mental state is so far gone when it comes to that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't deal with people. I don't deal with the world. This is. I don't talk to people much.
I understand what you mean by that because my kids would always ask me. They would say, "Mom, you didn't give us the hugs. Where was all the hugging?" They get with these other family and they doing all this hugging. I didn't do the hugging because that was part of the things that entrapped me in my silence. Like, no, don't do that. So when I had my kids and everybody doing hugging, I wouldn't do the hugging because I felt like I was doing something bad to my children.
Oh yeah, my kids were not allowed to hug nobody. My mom, and that was it. Like, no. I said no. Don't touch my kid. No, I can't. I don't. I can't. I can't condone it. I can't. Even if I even think it don't look right, I got a problem. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna. If I see it, I'm gonna say it. But my thing is now I've isolated myself off to the world, so I'm not seeing nothing. So I'm not saying nothing. And then in that aspect, I feel guilty too. Why am I doing that? What is wrong with me? Why are you letting this do this to you? but I don't know how to get out of it.
You
You see
can't.
what I'm
You got to
saying?
give more time.
It's like I can't get away from me.
Right. Right.
It's just, I don't know. The world's scary, and it's not looking any better. I mean, everything from our president to everything. It's just all that's crazy to me. Like that, these things should not be happening. This has never happened in life before. Why is it happening now? Just the world's just different today. And I've had to start wondering lately, and that's what gets me is I was raised by a Pentecostal preacher. My grandma, my great grandma, she was a Pentecostal preacher. Okay, so I wasn't raised by her, but I was always around her at some point. So she always preached, and we always knew what that word meant. And I always believed in God. And even when I was being hurt, and I prayed, and I always did. Even when I was on drugs, I prayed. But today I'm on the fence because I'm like, God, there's no way you're here. There's not in the physical
Right.
because I don't. You see what I'm saying? And it's not that I don't believe in God. It's more like I wasn't there when you hung the stars, and I don't understand. So please forgive me for having. I have questions. I have questions. I put it in your chat all the time. I have questions.
Right. Right. Right.
But I did want to come up here and explain. No, I don't know. I didn't have nothing to do with none of that. And
Oh,
it just really freaked me out yesterday. I'm so sorry I left like that. I was like, what is she talking about?
yeah. Yeah. Don't
What
worry about
person?
it. Don't worry. I'm glad it didn't scare you off because this is a safe place. We don't judge around here. We do listen. And I mean, it's good therapy. We do listen and we do ask questions, but we don't judge. Everybody's going to have opinion about something but most of the time when you've been around or been around situations like that or been in a situation like that, you kind of understand to
Yes, man.
sometimes
And see,
just
I was going to come back up here too. I was like, and I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you why. And I won't say their names, but I was in a chat and I talked to another creator and she does not Isaiah Harris stuff, and I had talked to her for about a month in the chat room. Just said hey, and told her I wanted to tell my story, but I was scared to come up. I'm shy, whatever. And I'm learning, and we talked about it, and then like she had learned that by talking to me that the situation I'm in. My boyfriend, he's verbally and sometimes can be a little physical, but it's whatever. It like the way I feel is I'll get out of it. But listen to me. I live in Georgia, and I told her I said I've called the cops before, and it just makes it harder on me. I don't have an ID. When they take you to the battered women's shelter, you can't call nobody. They don't let you tell nobody where you're at. She's like, oh, so I called up there to explain to her, hey, what I told you happened. And I did it. I got off her live. I called the police, and they come out here. They took me to the battered shelter, and they wouldn't let me have my phone. And then the lady come in, and she sat down in front of me and said, you know, um, a lot of people have it worse than this. And if you're making this up, you should really think about what you could be doing to somebody else's life. And I looked at her and I was like, you know what? I don't want to be here. Because at that point, I felt like you already don't believe me, so I don't need to be talking to you. Because this is where he's from. This is the small town. This is what they do. They stand by each other. Look, I'm not going to argue. I'm not trying to die like that. I'm
right.
fine. I'm not, I'm fine. I'll live. I'm strong. I've been through all this and I'm still here. Okay. But my point was when I called up on her panel to explain to her what happened, um, she's like, no, you didn't call those. They would tell you where you were going. And I'm like, listen to me. No, when you go for battered beaten women, they don't tell you because they don't want people up there. They don't want people coming up there where you're at, sending your boyfriend up there to you.
Right.
They don't just give that information out. I don't even have an ID. She didn't understand that put a big strain on me to have to come back after doing that. You know what I mean? But like it's my mental state, and he knows I go through a lot. I have meltdowns. It's me. It's my mental state that I get a check for that. There's a reason I get it. I'm
Right.
not okay, but it's okay to not be okay.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? But
Yeah.
my point is, you don't hold it in. You get it out because it has to come out.
Right. Right.
And
But
I don't
does it
so.
come out because we're talking about the Naziah case?
The fact that the way that poor little girl had to go through all that, I went through it my whole life. And it was like, it wasn't one man. I can tell you it was five. You know what I'm saying? Throughout my whole life, from the time I was 3 until I was 28. From my mom's people that she brought in my life that I had nothing to do, that I could have made no choice about. Because my brain was programmed. You know what I'm saying? It's not bullshit. It's called, when I say it's BS, it's not bullshit. It's a broken system. And when a broken system is broken to begin with, you're not going to get much out of it unless you start over. And so that's why a lot of times in the comments you'll hear me say they need to burn Detroit down and start over, because I just feel like we have a bunch of toxic, sick people making babies with other toxic, sick people, and our children don't have a choice or a chance. Kind of
I
like I did.
believe, Shauna, I believe that when even when you was young, the adults in your life did not make the right decisions for you. They just did not. And
Oh
so
no,
they failed you, they let you down, and as you grew up, you just kept getting let down. Same thing as Naziah. I mean, that's what we were talking about. Like Naziah, when she first was born, the father's not in her life, the mom's not in her
yes,
life. Now the grandmother's there, and then the aunties is not, you know, they I don't know if they were jealous of the little girl. I don't know.
right.
I don't know, but you can't tell me that they did not know that this girl was being touched.
Well, because I'll be honest with you, I honestly, Naziah's spirit is so strong and alive that they can't help but feel how they're feeling. She's gone, but she's not. And they were, that's horrible. When I tell you, I know what it's like to have people jealous of me. My men in my life, but then get mad at me because they left or something happened or this or that, or because they're paying more attention to me than her. I didn't do this. I don't want this, you
Right.
know? And to be honest with you, when I had my son by my father, I cried to my mom. I was like, Mom, this is horrible. She's like, Sean, I'm happy for you if you're happy. I'm like, Mom, I'm not happy. That's the point. You honestly can stand here and say, you know, I'm happy for you if you're happy. I'm not happy. This should have never been like this. This should have never come to this. I should have never thought this was okay. Why was I doing this? You know,
Yeah.
why didn't it stop way back then, Mom?
Yeah.
And now she's not here, y'all. So God, please, y'all don't say nothing bad about my mom. I do love her. But she failed me so many times. And she knew that. She had told me a few times before she passed, she goes, all your brothers and sisters have told me what a failure as a mom I was. And I need you to tell me that. And I told her, Mom, I will never. And I didn't. I said, because the only reason why, Mom, as a mother, if my daughter came to me and told me everything that she had went through at my hands or because of my actions, I said, Mom, I would blow my brains out to know that I did that to my baby more than once. And my mom looked at me and she said, all right, I love you. Thank you. But I feel like she really did want me to tell her, but I couldn't because I loved her. And just because she had hurt me, but two wrongs don't make it right. I wasn't being evil. And within like a month, I lost my mom. She died in my house. I found her dead. That's horrible. But I don't know how to feel about it because that's what I'm saying. She died before I ever dealt with all of it. So I'm still, like I said, my mental state, I'm still sitting here wondering, where do I go? What do I do? Because she taught me a lot of things and she didn't teach me a lot of things. And she damn sure didn't teach me how to live this life without her.
Right. 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 Well,
Maybe that's me protecting my abuser. But again, that's something I can't change. I don't know how to. I love her, and I don't want anybody to say nothing bad about her. I know she did wrong. She knows she did wrong. A
so do
lot.
you think having a kid by your stepfather, is it your stepfather?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had a child by your stepfather.
Him and my mom had been divorced for a year, yes, but still, that was irrelevant. No, yes, I did. And it's sad because, see, like I told you, when this started early in my life, and I didn't meet this man until I was like 10 or 11, a couple years after all that happened. And he actually didn't drink and stuff. He worshiped the ground my mom walked on. but he was good to us, all of us, not just the boys. And he didn't mess with me. And he had bought me the first Christmas we were there. He had bought my sister one, his daughter, and he had bought me one. It was a jewelry box and it had earrings and necklace set in it with our birthstones, right? And he gave it to me at Christmas. And I looked at him and I was like, "Thank you." And then about 10 minutes later, I went over to it and I gave it to him and I said, I don't want this because I don't want to owe anybody anything. And he cried, you know what I mean? So I felt like, wow, he's not going to hurt me. He's different, you know? And really, to be honest with you, he didn't hurt me. On my 21st birthday, I was married to a man in a wheelchair. He asked me what I wanted for my birthday. I was on my 21st birthday. I was married already, but I was married to a man that was in a wheelchair. And my stepfather had asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I said that I wanted to go get drunk. I'd never went and legally gotten drunk and not had to worry about nothing. And he goes, "Okay, so I'm going to take you downtown." So I didn't think nothing of it. We went downtown. But it doesn't matter. We were drunk. I woke up the next morning and we were at somebody's house. I didn't even know it was somebody he worked with. And I was upstairs and I was naked. And he come in and he's like, "I brought you something to drink." And I'm like, my nightmare, literally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I talked to my mom about it. And then like a week and a half later, I knew I was pregnant, you know? And like I said, but when I tried to talk to my mom about it, instead of, I don't know, helping me through that part of it, she just kind of tried to make it like, "Well, I'm unhappy with him." No, Mom, why did that happen?
Right. Right.
And what can I do? What can I do? Help me. You know, how do I tell you to help me?
Right. Right.
How many times do I have to beg you to please?
So you was a full adult when you lay down with
20.
him. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't deny that. I'm not saying he didn't rape me. I'm not saying he raped me because I don't remember. I don't remember nothing. God knows I was drunk as hell. But I know I was there. He was there. I know what happened.
Right.
I'm not stupid. The baby looked just like.
Yeah.
And see, that shit, it gets embarrassing because he has a daughter by her. And like they were arguing one day. And he's like, "You're embarrassing me," because they were outside. And I didn't have nothing to do with their conversation at the time. But because he brought up that word embarrassment to her, that even if my sister, she's in front of God and everybody, she's like, "Well, at least it's not as embarrassing as you're fucking my sister." And I was like, "Oh my God." It's embarrassing. And it's not, but I don't, what it is I don't know why I made decisions and make decisions like that because that's what I was taught. That's what I think is right. That's what I know. I don't know why I did shit like that. That's why I don't leave my house today.
Okay.
I don't know who to trust. You don't know.
Okay. Well, we got Kenya. Kenya, you still on the phone, Kenya?
Yeah, I'm still here.
She came up here on the panel and she's telling her truth.
But I just wanted to come in and let everybody know what was going on. My roommate's fixing to pull up, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off the live. But I'll be in the chat. Y'all see me.
All right.
Y'all
Thank you.
pray for me, okay?
We're gonna pray
Just
for
keep
you.
me in your prayers. That's all.
We will.
Thank you. I love you, SP.
I love you too. Kenya.
It's good that she felt safe enough to come on and tell her story. That's good. You know, people get on and they can tell what's happened to them.
I can't hardly hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying that it's good that you got a safe space for victims, you know, to come on and, you know, kind of tell what happened to them and, you know, express their story so they can start getting it out, so they can start healing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That was a lot. That was a lot. Been through a lot.
Yeah. A lot of women, they're grown now, but I mean, the trauma is still there. That's why I was thinking that all these kids gonna need some help. So did the CPS back to And I trust me, I'm not taking it lightly. It's just a lot to take in. I've spoken to this young lady before, so I know her truth, and she's telling the truth. But on Naziah, did the CPS contact you or Roxy and ask
They
y'all
did
to
not.
take the
They
kids?
sure, no, they sure did. And I got a 5 bedroom house, a 2,600 square foot house. They sure did not.
You would take the kids in?
Absolutely. Well, okay, let me be honest. I will take the children in if the income was sufficient for me to pay my bills and take care of them as well. But it's not. You understand what I'm
I
saying?
think the kids come with a check.
They do, but from my understanding, when it's family members, that there is a cut
Yeah.
of that check, and that right there is not fair. Because what the state needs to do is when there's a situation with
But
children,
it's still sufficient enough that you could take care of the kids and run your household though. You
right?
may not get what if I took the kids in, you may not get what I and I know you think it's unfair, but I mean, here's the thing. It's like, you're asking a stranger that has no connection to these kids and to assure them that you're not going to do something to them. They do give them more money, but
Right,
okay.
right, right. So here's my explanation of that part. Right, I get that part. But whether it's a stranger or a family member, the income still needs to be there to not only pay the bills of that person that's taking the children, you still got to clothe these babies. These babies got to be taken to counseling. I mean, you got to pretty much raise them. You know what I'm saying? And then you're going to need that income. Everything is so expensive right now. I wouldn't have no problem with taking my little cousins in. I got a $2,200 mortgage to pay every month. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not including my bills alone. So if I was to take my little cousins in, I would want to be able to take them to counseling for one. For two, I would want to be able to take them to functions and get them into things to where they could free themselves and be kids and grow up and make sure that they're going to counseling and make sure that they'll know that they're going to be safe going forward. That's going to take work.
Yeah.
And my thing is, when children get taken out of a household, the state should also make the parents pay child support. Because now you don't have your kids, you're free to do whatever you want to do with your check. No, ma'am. You're going to pay child support.
Oh, they
And it's
do
not
make them.
going to,
They do make them pay child support.
oh, do they? I didn't know. I didn't hear them. I just heard you get what the state give you, and that's it.
Okay, it's just like welfare. Okay, if you get on welfare and you got a child, welfare start paying you. Now they get the child support from the people, but they don't say, "Oh, here's you extra money." No, the state already has an amount that they're going to give you. Whether you get the child support, they got to find them. Because what if they say, "Okay, we're going to make them pay child support," and you like, "Okay," and then they quit their job, and then you get nothing. They can't do that. So the state is saying, "Look, for this child you get 800. This child you get 12. This child you get 400. This child right here you get 900, and this child right here you get 600 a month. A month. Whether the mom pays, because what if the mom die, or what if the mom goes to jail, or what if she just quits her job and go get a job and don't tell them where she works at? What you got no money, so they give you a certain amount. They'll say, you got 5 kids here. You got a newborn. You got 5 kids. We're gonna give you $3,600 a month for these kids. That's pretty much. I don't know. I think that's pretty much what they'll give you.
Yeah,
You gonna take the kids?
I make more than that. I make almost double that.
Well, of course.
Yeah, so that would be a significant cut to the income that I have. And please,
And they pay for
I'm
day.
trying.
They pay for daycare. They give you food stamps. So if you want to work, you can work. You know they pay for daycare.
Uh, well, they didn't offer me the children. CPS hasn't contacted me, and I've said on numerous slides that I have more than enough room for all five of them, where all five of them could be with me. You know,
Okay.
but um,
Well, why they didn't offer you the kids?
don't ask me. But I mean, even who was that? Even Marquita, what was her response? God, basically, she didn't even want her son to go to his father. She didn't want her son. She would have preferred for her son to go to somebody else than his own father.
Mm, okay.
So maybe they don't want their children with family. But I'm sure Janelle and Kiana know by now that they are in foster care because they told everybody that they wasn't, and they are. You know, Kiwana can't get them because she has a record. But Janelle, from what I hear, she don't want to get them either because she don't want them, influencing her children on no bad habits.
Right. But you don't have no young kids at your house.
Yeah, all of my children are grown. I have grandbabies.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, all of my children are grown.
Because everybody's like, oh, we're worried about Nazai because that's our little cousin. Well, all of those kids are your little cousins.
Yeah, all of them.
So, okay. So now a stranger is going to have all your little cousins.
I'm sorry, it's a little loud. Say it one more time.
I said, now some stranger's going to have all y'all little cousins.
Well, they ain't some strangers. They got them.
Huh?
They ain't no strangers. They are already dispersed. The two girls are together, and the three boys. I don't know if they're together, but I know the two girls are.
Okay.
I know the two girls are. But I don't know. I was thinking about it, but
What about
and
Annette's other kids?
the foster. Okay, so the other two okay, the other three children that she had, two of them she adopted. The little baby was their sibling, and when I was communicating with Annette, the father was in court trying to get custody of that little baby. Now, if he's gained custody of the baby, I don't know that, but I do know that that was in process when I was communicating with her. And the two children, the little girl, hold on a minute, the little girl and the little boy that she had, that was their little brother.
So where did they where did they go though?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Okay, so all the kids got taken. So where did all the other kids go?
I don't know. I don't know if they all took them to that one place or if they all dispersed.
If she adopted them, they're her kids.
Right. The two, she adopted the boy and the girl, but she didn't adopt the little baby boy. The father was fighting to get him.
Yeah. But if they took the little girl and the little boy, the older ones,
They took all of them.
okay, and those are her kids now.
Adopted kids now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hers. She
They
is.
are now in the system. Let me say, back in the system.
So something was said. Something was said about them kids done told. Them kids done told what was going on. See, this is what I'm saying. And adults act, like when you ask the kids what's going on and the kids tell you what's going on, you can't just go to an adult and go, oh, that they told me this, so it's okay. So I just want to ask you this question. I know we've been on here, and I'm gonna get off because my phone going dead. But you don't feel you don't feel guilty none
Guilty about what?
about Naziah.
It's not that. I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
I would definitely feel guilty if I would have known that Naziah was in a situation. Yes, absolutely. I would feel guilty. And then knowing that I could have went over there and did something, you know what I'm saying, to save her life. There's nothing for me to feel guilty about.
Oh.
But had I known and I didn't go do nothing, hell yeah, I would feel guilty. Absolutely, I would. That would drain me because there would have been an option that I could have went over there and I could have did something, and then I didn't do nothing and I knew something. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know, so there's nothing for me to feel guilty about. Am I hurt about it? Yeah. I'm hurt about that. I'm disturbed about that. And had that information been shared, Desire would be here, whether she would have had that baby so young or not. She would still be here had that information been given to me. So
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, I don't have nothing to feel guilty about because I could have saved her life.
Mm.
She would be here, and I guarantee you she'd be here. And that couldn't have stopped me.
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
have known what to do.
Okay.
It ain't no sweeping nothing under the rug. It ain't hold on, wait, we can do this another way. Hell no. We can't do this another way. We're gonna get heavy.
Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry. I don't have nothing to be guilty about because I didn't know.
Okay.
Am I sad? Yeah. Am I angry? Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm angry about it. But no, I don't have nothing.
I understand you somewhat. I do. I understand you somewhat. Because sometimes our hands are tied where we like, hey, if we would have known, things would be different. But, everybody's opinion, whether they're there or not there, like you said, you didn't know. Of course, I didn't know either. But I feel some kind of guilt that this child did not have, and to have people now speak her name, and I love her. I wake up, I think about her all the time. I look at her and I be like, dang, like, I mean, you just can't take care of these kids. But I do feel some kind of like we all we all let her down. We all, and then see, and if that was my kin folks, I would feel even more stronger about it. That I didn't see this, or somebody told me that and I didn't check it out, or I didn't ask the questions, or I didn't follow up. I would feel. I'm just saying that's the way I would feel.
Right,
You don't have to feel the same way I felt, but
yeah, I mean that's not. I understand what you're saying, but that's why we're trying to tell people. Like my cousin ain't go into detail about a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like this is a shock. Like when that stuff came out on the news, it was like what? You know what I'm saying?
Like y'all had to hear this from the news, but you knew about the birthday.
Right, and that's what triggered, the Facebook stuff, but it wasn't in that kind of a detail. I'm thinking like this was a one-time thing that it happened. That's how I was led to it. Like, oh, this shit just happened for real. Like it wasn't like this was this happened, and this happened, and that happened. It was that's not how it was displayed to me.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was it. That was like a one-time thing that this man did over here at this house.
Okay.
It was all this other shit that it came out that I wasn't told nothing about none of all of that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why maybe understand this information was not displayed to me like it is. Like y'all find out certain things, I'm finding out a whole lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know.
Right.
So
Oh, I
maybe
know
that's why
that.
people feel that's why people feel like I'm so nonchalant about it. But how am I supposed to feel about something that I didn't know? I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know all that shit was happening. That's crazy. I'm pissed off too.
But the whole family dynamics is weird.
I mean,
The whole dynamics family is weird from the time Annette started having kids, and then a lady had her kid, and then she dropped off face of the earth, and nobody know the baby's daddy, and then you got Nazaya's brother there, and I mean Annette just got all these kids. She just got all these kids. I mean, I'm gonna say what some people not gonna say, but I'm just gonna, you know what? And I'm not judging, but I'm gonna say, because I have noticed the people around this whole case, it has to deal with sex, even on the father's end, even the baby's daddies, and it's like sex, 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 sex. So the whole uh, how I want to put it, like there's so much sex around these kids. The adults having kids by drug addicts and pedophiles, and the men is coming in and going out, but nobody see nothing. Now I'm not accusing you because you a cousin. Now I know how cousin is. We ain't over there every day, all day, every day. We jump in and we jump out. We jump in and we jump out. I get that. But like I got some cousins and they straight ghetto. But I know what I'm getting myself into when I go over there. I know the stories that they tell me. I know what my little cousins is going through. You know, the mama, she parties all the time. So and she got men over there all the time, and she got little girls over there all the time. So things is gonna happen. Can't tell her nothing. Just call the police or call CPS, and things gonna happen. But all the adults, everybody's saying that they just did not know. I can get a cousin not knowing. I can get that. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you because you're not there, so you don't know the details. I don't think you could have helped Nazaya anyway. Had you been more in the family, yeah, but you really wasn't there. So I don't know why people mad at you. I think your whole character makes them mad.
yeah, I think my character makes them mad, and then and I'm being 100% real with you. Some of these people that lash out at me are victims as well.
Yes,
And
they are, and they're mad.
yeah,
And they're mad when you
yeah,
say something and you say, "Well, I don't give a damn." Then they be like, "Oh, they're going in." You know what I'm saying? Like, no,
yeah.
don't even talk like that because they're feeling pain and they want justice for Nazaya. So, and then, but you can't get to people if you putting
Well,
that kind of
my
same
my thing
energy
is,
out there.
yeah, but my thing is, if you are a victim, you don't have a right to lash out at me. You know what I'm saying? Some people are mad, because there was nobody there to protect them, nobody there to speak up for them. That's not my fault, and I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? That nobody was there to speak up for you or protect you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to lash out on me or take your anger out on me because of something like that, because what happened to you is not my fault. But what you can do is talk about it with people like you that have panels where they can come on and express what's happened to them. But what has happened to you is not my fault. I don't have nothing to do with that. Just like I ain't had nothing to do with my own little cousin demise. You know what I'm saying? How I am is how I am. I'm straightforward. I'm not gonna jump around the bush. I'm not gonna put no sugar on my words. And I'm sorry that I'm that straightforward, but that's who I am as an individual. Do I have a heart? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Am I going to defend my name? Yes. Am I going to defend my daughter's name? Yes. When you're putting out bad information on them.
No, well, I don't think they're mad because of what they went through. I think they're mad because they can tell that nobody in the family stood up for Naziah. And
I mean,
even now that you guys are, you know, helping as far as keeping her name out there, her face out there, and search, ain't nobody searching for Naziah now.
well, there's a reason.
What?
You know, you got to understand she went missing in 2024. We did our searches. You know what I'm saying?
She went missing in 2024.
Right. We did all of that in 2024.
But
And
everything that she was wearing, none of it's been found. We
well, they found some things. They're not gonna put everything out there because they found some things. That's why they was treading the water and all of that stuff. You gotta understand they had a whole lot of police forces and people out doing things that y'all probably don't know about. That she had some big searches. Um, so, like I said, everything is going to come out in trial or whatever. Everybody's like, oh, y'all not crying for her. Y'all not doing this. Y'all not doing that. Y'all don't even know the things that we've already cried about and the things that we've done to search for her. Y'all don't even know. A lot of searches were put on YouTube by Rocky Rock, and she had to take them down due to police order.
oh
She's also on court TV. Interviews where she's on court TV.
I've seen that.
Right. So, with the searches and stuff, they made her take them down.
Hmm.
So, we was out there looking for her. I can't say that any of her immediate family bothered to come out and join and help us look for her, but we was out there looking for her. Um, I don't know what to tell people, besides our goal was just really to get the story out there and maybe even help other people uh, pay more attention to their kids and understand that this shit is not okay to let happen to your children. Cause
It's not.
they have to stop. You know what I'm saying? This shit is not okay. It's not
Right.
saying, I'm not just saying it because of what happened to Messiah, but this shit is happening everywhere.
Right.
And people don't want to speak up or they, okay, he'll never come around again. Hell no.
Yeah.
You know. And I made a post even before all this happened. I told my cousin, I said it's not okay to put pedophiles under the hood. It's not okay because they keep doing it. They don't stop.
Right.
And it's, we as women alone, we definitely have to protect our children. And it's bad for people out here that don't even believe they don't coming to the tell your boyfriend touched on me. Then mom be like, no, he can't stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got women out there like that.
Yeah.
This shit gotta stop. It does. It has to stop because every child has a right to grow up free of harm, especially sexual assault.
Right.
They got a right.
Right. Right. Right.
So I don't mean to be nonchalant. I don't mean to be mean. But I just don't beat around the bush and pour sugar on my words. I just don't do it. I'm sorry that y'all take it the wrong way, but this is me. This is who I am.
I don't. People don't take it. It's just social media. Social media. That's just. You're gonna. This is why I don't get mad at other YouTubers. They do what they do on their channel, and if God did not want it to happen, He'll shut the channel down. He will, in whatever shape, form, or fashion. He will. So I think that when and I'm gonna say this, I normally don't even say, like, channels like Shank, Miss Parker, Tootie, um, Grizzly, uh, uh, the channels are there to get people to discuss and talk about Naziah. any way, shape, form, or fashion. Because if everybody tells a good story like, oh, she's just a good old girl. No, there is a lot of corrupt that went into the disappearance of this child. And everybody that turned their head that's responsible for this child, Annette, and the family around her, uh, is responsible. They are. They're responsible. Everybody around that child is responsible. And some is very aggressive and some is not. But it's to keep the child's face out there, because there's some people like me. If it was my child, I would not stop looking until you found the child. You can't tell me that, oh, she just gone. No. Show me the shoes she was wearing. Show me the pants she was wearing. Even if you just give me her pair of drawers. But you haven't. And I know that's a preliminary exam. That's all that is. But you would have to come to me and tell me you got those things. Because what you've showed me that it's still a possibility. Because everybody is only saying, oh, it was this colorful jacket. Well, where is that at? Where is it at? Because I'm a mama. I'm not going to stop until the last breath of me see that jacket, see the shoes she was wearing, see whatever for him to come out and say it, or somebody to say, you know what? Yeah. And they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because guess what? Kim Worthy said, we got who we want, and she's gone. So everybody said, okay, she's gone. Next. We're going to put him away. You know what, though? They put away everybody that sit back and watch this little child get groomed. That's what they should do. You know why? You know why? Because it's not going to stop happening, because you're putting it's almost like my youngest daughter, she's adopted, and we had a rule that she cannot take her phone to school, and her father came and gave her a phone, and I told her, okay, we're going to try this phone, but if you cannot abide by the rules, the phone is gone. She says, okay, so the phone cannot go to school with you. Okay, mama, at 9:00, the phone is off. You cannot be playing on the phone. Go to bed, get your rest, and get up, go to school in the morning. When you get home, you can play on the phone, get your homework done or whatever. 9:00, the phone is off. That happened. Everything's great. One day, I said, well, let me check. Her phone wasn't where it's supposed to be. I looked through the whole room, and I sat by the front door. When she walked in, I said, give me your phone. She reached in her back pocket and handed me the phone. I said, why did you disobey me? She said, I didn't even want that phone, mama. She said, she blamed it on the phone. If you put a child around pedophiles, knowing that the kids already said that there's been allegations of touching and feeling and fellatio and every other kind of Cheerio and everything, and you continue to put this man around these kids, letting them take them to the store, the kids is running up to him like he's the ice cream man when he pulls up. Women see this, you stop it. That's a grown man. Oh, a child, especially a female, and it ain't his child, should not be running up to a man, giving hugs, jumping in cars, dancing. You tell them, get your butt in the house. That's not your daddy. And then these grown women that ain't stopping it, they're sitting there, oh, it's so cute. You know good and well, he's a man. You just watching this man be nice to all the kids. He always got candy, he always got ice cream, he always got a puppy or something. He's in the basement. She gonna get on the stand and say, "Oh no, not he ain't coming in my house. He in the basement. He in the bathroom. He upstairs. He in the panty cabinets and dresser drawers. He everywhere. Oh, not in my house." He doing what he want to do, picking them up, dropping them off. They dropping them off over there. You know why? Because they don't see nothing wrong with it. They basically fed that child to that grown man. Yeah. You can't come in somebody's house and groom a child in just a matter of a year or what. You took time. You was precise with it. And they just sat back and watched it. So you understand why these channels are angry. They're mad. They're mad at everybody that's around the situation. And I'm not the one to say you can be mad at this person, but don't be mad at that person. They're mad at everybody. Anybody that could have prevented it. And I get it. Because guess what? If one person would have stood up and said, "You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and report this." Even though I don't know everything, or it might make somebody mad at me, or I lose jobs by doing the right thing. I lose more jobs by doing the right thing. And people, I've been on the channel before and they done call me, "Hey, we need you to change your note." And I say, I will not, because I'm not going to be a part of y'all. Whatever y'all do, you do what you do, but it is what it is. But these channels out here, you can't even get mad at them. I mean, they're all not going to be the same. You can't get mad at them because they're doing what they're supposed to do. Because if they didn't do what they're supposed to do, guess what? You wouldn't call in, or you wouldn't come on the channel. You wouldn't tell little things that we need to know. You wouldn't. You would be thinking, "Oh, they got it right." So some of the things are going to be wrong, but a lot of the things going to be right too. Now, the way they come at you, that's grown women and men you're dealing with. That's just what it is. I don't get in other people's beef. It is not my problem. You know what I'm saying? But I think they're mad more because they want information. And then when you're giving them the information, because when you're giving me the information, I got more questions, because it just don't sound like y'all did enough. And even though you wasn't there because you're a cousin, now if you was a sister or something, you would have been there more. But you know what I'm saying. But you'll tell us, "Well, y'all don't know this." Well, see, now you're making me anxious. You're making me mad, because if we don't know it, tell us. Tell us what we don't know. I asked you a question. Tell me what the child said in court while they turned off the cameras. Tell me what she said. I already know what she said, but I need you to tell me if it's going to add up what already been told to me. So, then when you don't tell me, now I'm getting mad at you. No, don't. I'm just telling you, this is how that works, because I already know. If I didn't know and you spoke on something and you won't tell me, it's like, we don't even need to talk no more, because, if you're not going to tell me what I need to know, what are we talking about? You can only tell me what you know. And I don't think, see what I'm saying? Like, Roxy wasn't there when it happened. You wasn't there when it happened. I can't get mad at you guys because you wasn't there. So I'm not mad at you. But when you come on a channel and some of the things you say make it seem like you guys were there or you know more, then tell us what you know.
Well, my thing is, right, all I can do is confirm or debunk what you know. You know what I'm saying? So, like you're saying, well, quote unquote, so you know, let's say what was said in court by the little girl. Well, you can say what they said, and I could be the confirm, or I could be like, no, that wasn't said. But for me to be like, oh yeah, they said this, they said that, they said, I can't do that because that's part of court. You understand? And if they didn't let the public know what these little girls said, then I cannot absolutely let you guys know what these little girls said.
Right.
You understand? That's
Right.
the part I gotta understand. I can't do that.
Right.
Okay, I don't fuck around. I'll be in jail because I want to get y'all the gossip. And I'm not going to put myself in jeopardy and go to jail trying to tell y'all something that the courts didn't even let outside the court. No, ma'am.
Yeah, but if it's in the court, it's in the public. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. But the little girl's testimony ain't in the public.
It ain't in the public, but it's been told. Oh, they told it.
Who told it?
The news.
What the little girl said?
Yep.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to do some research because I didn't hear that part. But either or, like I said, if you know, then you know, and if you want to say what you know, I can confirm or say no, that ain't what was said. But as far as you getting it to come out my mouth, that ain't gonna happen because I live in Michigan and I ain't getting myself, and they know who I am.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna say one other thing. I know we've been on here a long time, and I just want to say this because, and I'm not protective of everybody's channel, and then like I said, a channel is a channel to me. People can do what they do on their channel. It don't have anything to do with me or anything. I don't say nothing negative about somebody's channel because I don't know where they're going. Sometimes they could be going somewhere with something or they know something that we don't know, and let them do what they do. But, and I don't know. Like I said, I've done it before. I've said something and to get a family member to come up and say something or whatever and to give us the little information that we needed to know because people want to make an educated decision. You got people in here. You got people that is still looking for Naziah. You got people that believe that she can be still alive. And then the whole family is like, no, she gone. She gone.
Right, and I get that part. I mean, I'm going to be real. I most definitely would want her to be in sincere and be well, right? I would want that for her, absolutely 100%. Do I want her to be not alive? No, I don't. But I can accept what I heard that's happened to her.
So you can accept that what you've heard is what we heard.
Yeah, because.
But that's what I'm saying. What we've heard already, that's just not enough.
I mean, of course it's not enough because y'all only heard pre-trial information. You haven't heard the hearing information. The hearing information is going to be the information.
Right.
Y'all only heard a bit out of y'all only heard probably 30% of what's going to be given out in that trial.
You heard what we heard.
Right.
So why? How?
Only probably about 30%.
Huh?
Which is probably only about 30%.
Okay, but this is what
they only gave out enough information to send him to trial. So can you imagine what trial is going to be like?
Right. But it makes.
Find out what happened to Naziah in trial. We're going to find that out.
But when you guys are talking, it makes it seem like you guys know something we don't know, and I doubt that's the truth. You might know, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. They're not.
We never said that
Yeah, exactly.
People want us to answer questions that we can't answer, and then when we answer the little bit that we do know, people get upset and that ain't the truth. That ain't the truth. She ain't telling it all. You know,
But so that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. If y'all know the same thing we know, then how is it that 70-30% believe that she could be still alive, and then 30-70%?
We got people like Mimi out here talking about, she alive and she gave birth to the baby and they doing just fine. We got people out here like her.
Well, you can't say she lying, can you? Huh?
If I'm gonna say this, if people want to be hopeful and pray that the child is doing, that she's alive, she's doing well, she's okay, we'll take that. Please keep on praying for her. Please keep on being hopeful. But I've already accepted what has been said.
Oh, okay. So that's the difference. See, that's the difference. That's what they get angry about, because see, when you look at some of these cases, we showed a case. It was right there in Itzy. I think it was in Itzy or Ann Arbor, where a lady was missing for two years. She was missing for 2 years, and they counted her gone. Like that was it. But nobody got nothing. And next thing you know, she called the police and said, "Come get her." And the man didn't come back.
Talking about the lady that was in Inkster.
Yes.
Yeah, you talking about her. Well, see, I mean, every case is different.
Yeah.
Every case is different. When Kim Worthy said we're going to be able to prove without a doubt, that's struck. That's stuck, and it's struck. And that was the moment of realization right there. When she said, without a doubt, we'll be able to prove.
Well, I think
heard that. There's a difference between hearing and listening and being having selective hearing to hear what you want to hear.
I heard her say that, but at the same time, what they showed us in the preliminary, that did not give me the like, oh, she just gone. That didn't give me that in that preliminary. Did it for you?
But I'm being 100% honest, and I'm just being real with you. When Kim Worthy said what she said,
Kim Worthy is mad because they didn't get the case until after February the 13th or 14th.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Because that don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Because the guy that was going on retirement, he should have followed through with what he was supposed to do instead of leaving it on his damn desk.
Well, he was returned. Is it just a coincidence his last name is Harris too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just a coincidence too? He's not related to the... Is the Harris... Harris is a married name?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just a coincidence.
What was his first name? What was her husband's first name?
That was Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. That was her first 3 children's father, and he passed away.
Oh, he passed away?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not that first 3. Her second, third, and fourth child, that was their father. But yeah, he passed away. I don't remember his name.
Was he an older man?
Oh, I don't know. Annette is in her 60s. I'm just over 50. So there's a nice little chunk of difference there. And then I partially grew up in California as well. So when I came back, Annette had Florentino, the twins, wasn't even born yet.
What twins?
Shannon and Marquita are twins.
Oh, oh, yeah. Hmm. So they only got the name, but he was alive when they were around. They just got the name because she was married.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know how some people, all my kids gotta have the same name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
See,
where
but little stuff like that does matter. It changes things. And some people just think, well, why the family just throw away and be like, oh, she just gone, y'all. She just gone. I done accepted it. Y'all need to. I mean, because they still got hope, you know.
Yeah, I ain't mad at them. You know, it'd be nice to see Naziah pop in court and be one of them people, them 40 people to testify him. I mean, woo, wouldn't that be something? But I mean, if people have hope and they praying that she's okay, please continue to be that way. Please. I'm not saying don't be that way. Please, I'm not trying to take your hope away. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just saying that I've accepted what I've heard about the state of my cousin. I've accepted that part. Now, if she's not, thank God, thank the heavens above. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, be praying that, and you got hope, and you feel like she's still out there, to keep your eyes open. Keep her story out there. Because if she can't be hidden that bad, but again, there was a whole movie made about this man that kept his daughter in the basement for 20 years.
Yeah.
So, if she's out there, I hope she is out there, but evidence is showing something different, and we really won't know until the end of this trial. So, if you got faces that she's out there, wear that t-shirt, that's out been made with her face on it, wear it,
Well,
you
why?
know.
This is the thing though. If the family believes that she's deceased, why wear a shirt with her face on it? So for what? For what?
But the reason, just like you said, people don't feel like she's gone. People feel like she could be anywhere, and if she's anywhere and her face is on that shirt, and somebody see that shirt and be like, I know that little girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Kenya. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you guys saying y'all don't believe that she's alive, but wear the shirt. Hey, you guys go ahead and wear the shirt just in case. But you say what you think that you done heard, which I'm like, well, what did you hear that convinced you that she's deceased? And the only thing you told me, you said, is what Kim Worthy said. Well, Kim
That's what I'm
Worthy,
saying.
Kim, you're supposed to, being the chief detective or whatever her position is, and I'm not trying to disrespect her, but whatever her position is, you're supposed to come out with the, yeah, we're taking this to trial. We've got enough evidence. She had enough evidence to send him away without Naziah, just by the other kids saying he touched me. That's what's going to get him gone, period.
Very
That ain't got
true.
nothing to
Very
do with Naziah being deceased. So I was going to ask you that question. What made you believe, other than Kim Worthy saying, I got enough evidence? Because that is not evidence Kim Worthy saying. They can't get on the stand and say, okay, what is your evidence? Kim Worthy says she got enough evidence. I mean, what is it that convinced you that she's deceased?
She is a social media little girl.
Uh-huh.
She makes TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
She's on social media.
Uh-huh.
She likes taking pictures.
Yeah.
She's an outgoing little girl.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing from her. She's not that she doesn't have money like that to disappear.
Okay. Well, she's 13. She's 13. She ain't got a job. She ain't she got okay. She can't open no account. She can't even buy cigarettes. She can't buy liquor. She can't get an apartment. But but still, but she's a little girl. So okay. So you saying because she's not on social? Well, they closed her account. Remember, her account got closed February the 6th.
Well, if her account got closed February 6th, didn't nobody do that but Shannon. Because Shannon is the only one that knew her password.
Yeah, they opened it up January the 1st, and then they closed it February the 6th. So you saying because she's not on TikTok no more, that validates that she's probably deceased?
I mean, she's not on any social media. I mean, she hasn't made no calls for no one. She hasn't called 911 for help. And again, like I said, maybe somebody's holding her captive somewhere. We don't know. But what I can say is they got video of Jarvis and her going into the hotel.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find that.
What happened after that, we won't know until we go trial for them to be so confident of what has happened to her.
Right.
Clearly, they know something.
I had heard that, and I'm like, let's find that fact, and it never did. We never did come back up with that again.
Yeah, well, that's what we said, and
But you said
we are not doing a memorial until trial, because when we go through trial, we will then know what happened. At least I'm gonna put quote unquote. At least that's what they're saying happened to her. We'll know then.
yeah. I think you guys did a good job. I was just questioning you. I think your daughter, Roxy, I think she did a good job. Now she had us all mixed up about that hotel at the beginning, but I think she just didn't know. She had heard a little bit, so she went looking and had everybody thinking they was at that trail in across the street, and then, huh?
The trafficking in.
Yeah. And I was like, y'all, that wasn't the hotel. And everybody like, yeah, it is, SB. It's across the street. I said, I know there's one across the street, but that's not the hotel they're talking about. But like I said, I don't fault nobody, because when you out there, you're gonna make tons of mistakes, and you gotta assume what you have to assume to look. And yeah, you're gonna find people that seen them and know them and seen her before, and they probably been there before. They done probably, the thing about it is they done went to these hotels before. They're acting like this was a once in a lifetime thing. Anyway.
We don't want to go there. And my thing is that people got to remember, police officers have family members that be into stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all police officers, but police officers have family members that be into stuff.
Right.
Politicians have family members that be into stuff.
And more than likely, she could be, I mean, it's 50-50. It ain't even 50-50, because when you got all these doubting things in the situation, but it's not a slam dunk that she has to be deceased. It's just, and that's what I think, that's why people get angry with your opinion, because your family, and they don't understand. How can you think that when it's not it'd be different if they had like the baby, and they say she couldn't live with losing all that blood, something like that, like, yeah. But I mean, that's not what we heard, you know. We
Yeah.
That's not what we heard. So then, people get angry. They're going to get angry with you, and you may say it and then it goes over their head, but they still remember you're saying you believe that she's deceased, and they're having that hope, you know.
Yeah. I get it. Like I said, my apologies. I don't mean to take nobody hope away. Y'all gotta understand, this is my family member. This is my family member. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate each and every person that thinks about her. I appreciate each and every person that talking about her. I appreciate each and every person that has hope for her. I do. But the one thing y'all gotta know, this shit here is bigger than desire. This shit here is connected to more people than Jarvis. And I assure you of that. This shit right here got people connected to it that's got some money. And she's not the only little girl.
No, we don't think so. That's why I don't get onto these other channels, because they be doing some digging. I'll be like, who they got up there? And now they got this person. And now I'll be like, salute. Shoot. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and even if I get one sentence or one name out of it, or something, it helps to try to find out, were they sex trafficking Naziah? That's my whole thing. Like, were they sex trafficking her?
Well, that was my question as well. What was they doing, Shannon and Jarvis, with Naziah over there in the hotel? Because people said they saw them there. And Shannon said, oh, I'm over here with my niece. And for them to know that Shannon was saying my niece, what y'all doing over there with her at a hotel? What was you doing?
So Shannon done took her to the hotel before?
Over there at the trafficking inn? Yeah. People said that they seen Shannon and Jarvis and Naziah there. What y'all doing over there with? What y'all doing? What was y'all doing? That's the question I want Shannon to answer.
See what I'm saying? She was introduced to all this stuff. It wasn't like, oh, she just woke up one day, oh, yeah, I'm in love with this and I'm in love. It's something more than he just groomed her. Like, nah, you had to hand her over, or you were involved some kind of shape. Too much. Like, how would they seen Shannon, Jarvis, and Naziah at this hotel across the street? Oh, she just riding in the car. She just riding. No, you don't bring a child to those type of places. That's not your child. Did somebody take your child to the hotel?
That part.
I don't. It's just too much. Oh my goodness! You just opened up a big can of worms.
That part. That's why I said it. I mean, this ain't just about Naziah, and if we're gonna expose it, we're gonna expose it all the way, because it's gonna take all of us to change this shit.
You know it's gonna get worse.
So,
Yeah, it's gonna get worse.
I mean, if it's gotta, like I said, if it takes for me and my daughter to get bashed and slandered, if this is what it's gotta take to get justice for Naziah, then it's gonna be well worth it. And if this is what it's gotta take for us to get slandered and bashed to save other little girls or even other little boys from this happening to, we're gonna take that. But all we asking is for other people to join us to stop this shit right here.
Mm-hmm.
And us as black females, We got to stop punching each other. We got to stop going against each other. And we got to figure out a way to come together to stop our kids from getting hurt.
You know
Stop
what?
our
You
kids
know
from
what,
hurting each
Kenya,
other.
you're right about that. And we always stress that that is a problem. But the first thing we hear is just like, and I'm just going to say this. We heard Marquita on a channel, and the only thing she was worried about is getting back with her boyfriend. She wasn't talking about getting her kids. She wasn't talking about Naziah. She was talking about, he'd say this and he say that, and I thought he was lying and da. I was thinking to myself, you worried about this ninja in your own child. Could have been your child.
But she was smart enough to say no.
It could have been your child that didn't come home.
Yeah.
While y'all sitting there defending each other and not telling, this is the time to go in. You know why I think nobody ain't telling? Because everybody know,
Got a hand in it.
yeah, they seen things, they done things, they know stuff, and they say, well, if you tell on me, I'm gonna tell this, or they ain't even gotta say it. They just looking at each other because they know they got it.
And that got them folks trained. You hear me? You know how you in your 50s, you in your 40s, where you at?
I'm in my 50s.
Okay, so mine. So we know from our raising,
I'm
okay,
older. I'm older than you.
okay, so did we come from the same kind of structure, is what I'm saying, from the same kind of back in the day. You do what I tell you to do,
Yeah.
okay?
And don't be telling what goes on in my household.
That's a net. You
Exactly.
understand what I'm saying? She got that iron rod. And even though they are adults now, they are not going to betray her at no point in time. They're not.
Of
They
course,
gonna
because they
stand
all
up for
going
her.
down.
That's right. That's
And
right.
and so if they just sit back and she's sitting there talking about, this is what we do in the morning, we pray, and yeah, we seen you pray, and then you cuss the kids out, and then you send them to school to eat breakfast, so you're not feeding them at home with all the food stamps you got that I know that you're selling. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, because we're black family, so we know what's going on. And so while you trying to make it seem like you know exactly what to say, and I know you know what to say because you're saying it on the stand and you're making sure it's said. Ain't nobody, nah, he ain't in my house like that. Yeah, he is. And yes, he was. You couldn't even fool the judge. The judge, like, this man is in the basement and the ceiling, he in the attic, he everywhere. He pulling up, he telling her to come out, and y'all not gonna do nothing because y'all, did Annette have a relationship with Jarvis?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I the whole time I probably only saw Jarvis 2 times. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
you only seen him
So
twice?
yeah, and I can't tell you what kind of relationship she had with them. But I mean, if you see on the video from the birthday party, she really asked, you gonna be part of this family or not? Are you supposed to be family or whatever the hell she said? So you know,
Yeah, she let him know. What you doing? You
yeah,
didn't come by here. You a part of this family.
you're expected to be here, is what she was saying.
Yeah. It's the
So,
kids' birthday and such, and
and
he
it wasn't
trying to
even
get
his
by
child's
there.
birthday. It wasn't even his child's birthday. It was Marquita's son's birthday.
Mm, mm,
So she really wanted to see him.
yeah. Wow. Okay. I know people gonna have questions for you. If you would
Sure.
give
I
us.
mean, don't get mad at me if I can't answer your question the way you feel like I can answer. I can I want to, or I ain't gonna say I want to, but I'm not gonna live more into what I can answer.
Hey,
Let's put it
right.
that way.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you at all. I hope you're not mad at me. I'm just asking. I'm asking these
No,
questions because I didn't know you was gonna call in. I didn't know that. I was trying to reach out to you guys, but I was like, the only reason why I didn't reach out is because I don't believe I you guys could you guys know what happened to Naziah. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as you wasn't there. I think Roxy showed up in town right as it was happening or whatever or something.
right
But
after the incident.
but but and you could tell us the characteristics of the family and who's kin to who, because some people was even thinking, oh, when I was talking to Jermaine Gamble, they was like, SP, why are you going over there? I went over there because I knew that Anthony was her son, and you know why did he leave?
And can I ask you, and who show, who panel was he on? Because I gotta hear this.
He wasn't on the panel. You talking about Jermaine?
Yeah.
Oh, we were having a conversation over the phone.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
He didn't come on the panel. When I got ready to ask him, he didn't already block me by then.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, he didn't already block me by then. I was gonna ask him, but he was saying that I can't even remember what we named that topic that day. I was just sharing with people, like, we were digging. We were going to get to some of the family members and ask them questions and stuff. But what like I said, what was told to me, they was said, if you looking for Naziah, find Anthony. And I was like, what Anthony got to do with it? Then I got to looking up what Anthony all did in his whole life was nothing but drugs and running off with the money and setting people on fire, setting houses on fire, setting cars on fire, robbing people, you know, uh
What?
off, yeah, robbing people off of drugs. Yeah. What do you mean what? Anthony's he's bad when it comes to them drugs. He's horrible.
Man.
He's
And so
horrible.
I don't even remember Anthony or yeah, I didn't even know that had a son that was even that old until a couple of years ago. So I've never even met him.
Yeah, yeah. He and I got to thinking why somebody point me in that direction, and I started looking at his characteristics, like how Frank's um shop, was set on fire, and uh I just started looking at things, and I'm like, okay. And when he went to court, he told the judge. He told the judge, the reason why I did it for $50. Somebody was gonna give me $50. That's why I did it, for some drugs,
Wow.
you know. And he set the wrong car on fire, so then they set the other car on fire, almost setting himself on fire, stealing a phone, just all in one night. Just he was doing a lot.
The one thing some of these people need to understand why they trying to throw the track off of Jarvis having anything to do with the Zion's disappearance. I don't care what they say. That man is not getting out, so they just need to stop. They don't. He's not going to go off. He's not going to get out. He's going to die in prison.
Yeah, we know that, but yeah, he's gonna go. But I don't know about the murder charge though.
But we don't see. We
I
don't
don't
see.
think they got enough on the murder charge.
Oh no, I think they do. I really do.
Now they don't need
I
a
feel
they
like
don't they don't need a body for murder, but
no.
I don't think that they can tell how, where, and when, and did it occur. That raised doubt. That raised doubt if you don't know, if you don't have the five whys. Why, what, where, when, and how.
I guess come October, because the judge that he got, he ain't playing no game. And we gonna push straight through it from what I heard. And
Man, y'all,
he ain't nothing to play with.
let me tell you something about y'all. Detroit is a horrible place to live at. And I'm just saying that because I don't live there, but I see what's going on. If he would have went to jail January the 9th, like he was supposed to go, she would still be here. But what judge let him out so he can take care of his situation? He's a felon. And and he allowed him 30 more days, and now look what happened. So this is why Kim Worthy is like, dang, this got us looking bad. No, it's got y'all looking horrible. Y'all look horrible. Y'all let this man go so he can go kill a child.
Yeah, it's the judge's fault. To be truthful, the judge let him go. When he should have been like, you should have took care of that before you even got here. Oh no, sir.
Yeah, he went to court that day. Yeah, he went to court that day. The judge gave him time to get his stuff together, and Naziah's gone. That's it. That's crazy. You see what I'm saying? Everybody dropped the ball. And at the time, the judge would have, do you know what the judge would say? If I would have known he was doing something like this or he was living like that or something, I wouldn't let him go. Because everybody going to say, well, if I would have known. Here's the fact. He should have been locked up. You told him to come, turn himself in January the 9th. He shows up January the 9th like he's supposed to, and you give him an allowance to stay out longer? And he picked up this child and took her and killed her?
Right, because you showed him a convicted felon that already got a record more times.
Golly.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
But again, and I'm being, like I said, this is supposed to happen. And with her untimely situation, all this is in divine order.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was supposed to happen that way.
Probably to wake everybody up.
She was put here on earth for that reason. And her name will not be gone in vain because it's opened everybody's eyes. It's let everybody know it's okay to talk about this. It's okay to prosecute people who have done this too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's opening everybody's mouth to say, this happened to me too. I'm a victim too. And the more and more people speak up, the more people that become aware, the more people become conscious about this, the more protective we become of our children, the less it will happen. But we as black women, we as women, period, we got to come together and not fight each other and put each other down and point fingers at each other. We got to figure out a way to come together to stop this.
Right.
We just got to. Because you not liking me, and you can't even tell me why you don't like me. Doesn't make sense. That's a childish game. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't sit here and be like, I just don't like you. I've never done anything to you. I've never insulted you. doing things and working against each other. Because of working against each other, we can never build.
Right.
We
Well,
can't build like that.
yeah. I haven't watched I don't know the whole thing or what happened while you was on there and everybody got into it. I don't know. Cuz I don't, when
Girl, girl.
I didn't watch it all. Like when it got to getting argumentative, I kind of was like, I'm out because it takes the focus off of the whole
That's right.
situation. And you got two women, and they're gonna have they're gonna have compassion about what they believe, just like you believe it's okay for you to say what you say. They may believe like, why would you say it, or why you say it like that, or why did you not tell us this, or I don't know. I don't know. So I can't speak for them, but to try to tell another woman something, especially a black woman, they ain't gonna listen to it. It doesn't matter if it's a channel or it's what. Like I was just saying, Marquita got on a channel and I didn't care to hear about her boyfriend and all that. I mean, it was
Right.
nice to hear, they trying to get it together or whatever, because I want the best for everybody. But that
Right.
was not why I wanted what I came to hear,
Right. That was the subject. Was supposed to be the subject.
Right. But
Yeah.
if a woman has a problem with a woman, the Bible tells you to go to that person. You don't
Right.
go to that person, and then ask them, and then if they don't, if you guys cannot get it together, then take two or three with you to try to work it out or whatever. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? But when it comes down to, I think, and I only know a little bit, but what I think is when you went and spoke to her man instead of going to her, that right there, that set it off right there. And it
Well,
would.
no, hold on. Let me say this part, right? I don't mean to cut you off. Uh, let me just, I'm trying not to get mad and laugh at the same time. So I
Don't
was
get
telling,
mad. I'm just
I'm not,
telling you.
no. I'm not, no. Don't take it like, no, don't take it like I'm getting mad at you. So somebody shot me something on TikTok about him, right?
Right.
And so I didn't even know she was being discussed on YouTube because I was busy with the people that was on TikTok.
Yeah.
Right? And somebody shot me the information about YouTube. I was like, dang, they on YouTube. So when I went to go check it out, I think that the female part of him was on there, and I saw her name, and I actually tried to find her, but I just couldn't find her. So it somehow I ended up finding him. So I clicked on him and messaged him, right?
Right.
I've never seen these people, never heard of these people, right? At all. I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And even if I did know that they was an item, I don't have to go through her.
Right. I know you
I
don't,
don't need
but
her. No. I'm not saying it directly to you.
you were talking
I'm
about
explaining.
his woman to him.
Right. Okay, but let me explain this part. Let me explain that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm in contact with him, not even knowing that they were a couple or anything because I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So I was telling him like I didn't really like. I said I didn't like what she said about whatever she said. I said I didn't like it. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm telling.
Right.
And I didn't know. Not that it made me any different that was his woman. I still don't care. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't out of being disrespectful to her or none of that. It wasn't out of that. I didn't mean it in no such way of any of those terms, like trying to contact him and that's her man and all that. No. That wasn't out of any part of that because I didn't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I should have paid attention to the background. I wasn't paying attention on
Right.
Because I hadn't even seen any of her shows. I only tuned into his one show,
Right.
and that's how I was in contact or whatever. So, and I guess she just took it from there. But like I said, I didn't say anything out of order or nothing like that.
Right.
I didn't like what she had said about that part. I have a right to say what I said or whatever I was saying talking about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it disrespectfully. I didn't say, well, that bitch said this and that. I didn't say that.
Right.
I just said I didn't like what she said about that part. And then I think hours later, she's like,
well, so my question is, so let me ask you this question. So my question is, can you not, can you be the bigger?
oh, hold on
Can,
now.
okay.
Hold on before you say that.
Okay.
Now, when I went on her panel, when I did go on her panel, I said, listen, I don't have nothing against you. I said, we can have a conversation woman to woman. You know what I'm saying? I said, we can talk, you can ask me whatever question. I don't have no problem with you. And she just could not get through it. And it's been bad ever since. She couldn't get through it. So
Oh.
I went on her panel.
Yeah.
And tried to, smooth things over with her or whatever. Like I told her, I didn't know that was your man. I wasn't trying to disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have to get permission to
talk to somebody.
Yeah, because he's on a panel. This is his show. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't see no rings on his finger either. Not being funny, and one on yours either. So I don't have time for that. And like I told Shay, I haven't said anything disrespectful to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I tried to ease it over with her when I went on her panel and told her, I ain't got nothing against you. I didn't know y'all was even a couple. How did that matter to me? Because I ain't trying to holler at your man.
Right.
So I tried. And she's the one that can't get over.
See, but okay, so but sometimes you kind of gotta let time kicks in, and then
I can't listen. One thing for certain, two things for sure. I'm a woman about that.
right.
I'm a woman about everything I do until you get me out of character. And it only takes about 10 minutes to get me out of character. So
Yeah.
I tried. You understand? And that other one, the one that starts with a M, my God. My God. My God. My God. That one should be banned. That is a disgrace. She is a disgrace.
Well, the thing about it is, like I said, those channels are channels to be there for a reason, and they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Not when it comes to
Oh yeah.
people,
Oh
motherfuckers, and bitches.
well.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That is improper.
Here's the thing.
That's improper.
Here's the thing, though. Did you check out the channel before you jumped on there?
Did I check out the M channel?
Any channel?
No. Like that's why I said I didn't know nothing about them channels.
Yeah, you gotta.
I didn't know about the M woman until the P woman was like, well, you need to go check out M. And when I checked out M on that particular day, I was getting called MFers and FBs, and I'm like,
Well,
what the?
Kenya, listen. It's almost like deep water. You don't just jump in and then be like, "Oh, I didn't know." Hey, what? You know what I mean? Like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
here's the thing. I could swim, and if you put me in the corner, I'm gonna jump that way.
okay.
I'm old enough to do it.
That's why those things happen. That's why those things happen. Okay.
They messing with no puppy. They not messing with no puppy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to cut you off. I feel like our conversation has been great, and I can have a conversation with a woman any day. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when you come to the point where you got to degrade me as a woman and you don't know me, I got a problem with that.
Well,
I got a problem with it. When you
no,
talking about your panel's supposed to be about desire, but you sitting up here talking about me, and you don't know nothing about me. I got a problem with that, man. I got a problem with that.
yes, but Kenya, if you guys, if you would have just kept it, if it wasn't talking about Naziah, and like sometimes, I have to hang up on people, or I'll just take somebody out my chat or something if I see it going away. Sometimes I just let God do what he got to do.
Well, see, you sweeter than me, and
Well, yeah, I am, but I can be rude too. People don't think I can be rude, but I can. I can be very rude and very short, and I don't argue. You're not gonna get me to argue with you. You'll get me to be like, I'm done. I don't have to argue with a grown woman because you're not paying my bills and I'm not paying your bills. So we're not gonna argue about anything. We can have a conversation and not agree. Like, we may not agree on a lot of things, but I still respect you. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I disagree with you on everything, but I don't agree with everything. That's why I would like to have a conversation that now that I can say, hey, let's talk. Let me come on the channel, show my face, and have a conversation and talk to you where we're talking about Naziah, and then people not coming in here talking about this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? And then we can keep the focus on not. I don't even talk about other channels because I just don't. I think that they're there for a reason and I love them. Why? Because if we did not have them, the little things that we need to know, they get it out. They get it for us being aggressive. You're not gonna have every channel aggressive. You're not gonna have every channel that's watered down. Like, we're for the children. We're for warriors for children. We're for abusive women. We're for that, and we've got to listen in here. We got no judgment over here. We got no judgment zone. But don't think that people won't come for you. They will, and I have to shut it down. But the arguing, you can't do that because if you were in the right, you didn't look like you were in the right because they have a platform that can reach thousands, and they're trying to get Naziah's name out there, her face out there, and if that's all they can do right now, they doing something. And guess what? You actually need them. You may not think you do, but you need them if y'all are on the same uh course. If there's Naziah could be out there, if there's some evidence out there, guess what? They're doing the digging. They're calling up people. They're asking for interviews. They're asking the questions. They're making people mad. They're doing it, whether you like it or not. Just like police. 9 times out of 10, the police will kill you faster than a man that'll rob you. But you need that police because somebody's trying to break in your house. You're gonna call them.
and
No,
I agree with you to an
okay.
extent.
That's why you can't get mad at a channel that is aggressive like that. Because
No, well, I agree with you to an extent. The part that I don't be upset about is when they desire.
is what? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. As I said, I'm not mad at panels just discussing desire at all. Discuss desire all you want to. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. But when you get off track and you try to drag me down into something that I don't have no involvement in, or try to drag my daughter down into something that she does not have no involvement in, that's where the problem comes in at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where the problem comes in at. It's
Right.
And that's what I'm not. You're not gonna put mud on my name, and I don't have nothing to do with what happened to my little cousin. You're not gonna put mud on my daughter's name, and she don't have nothing to do with what happened to her little cousin. That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to defend my daughter's name. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say you didn't.
So
But to
I'm not in
understand
every
that,
argument, but I'm gonna defend myself, and I'm gonna defend my daughter's name.
right. To
Information that's not correct. Can you hear me?
yeah. Somebody put in the chat, y'all drag Kiwana and Janelle on TikTok.
Oh man.
I don't know what she talking about, but that's what somebody said.
Type back and ask her, did she hear Kiwana and Janelle drag us? Did she hear that part?
She said, "Did you hear Kiwana and Janelle drag?" See why y'all see? Oh my goodness, I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know. I don't know because I. Mm-mm. But you know what?
Let her hear this part, if you don't mind.
Okay, she can hear.
Kiwana is my cousin.
Uh-huh.
We going through something. This is a cousin fight. Just stay out of it.
Okay. I tell you, are you gonna be around tomorrow?
It depends on how my day is going. Okay, what state you live in? Because I live in Michigan, so we can know our time difference.
I'm in Kansas.
So it is 6:17 here. What time you got?
5:17.
Okay, so you're an hour behind me. What time are you talking about doing up?
Okay, well let's see. Let's do something early. Cause see, I would like to think about some questions and stay on the Nazaya topic, and we can get off into that other stuff. But I want people to be able to ask questions, especially if I don't know what's going on, so people can't get mad at me because I stay out of that drama. I'd be staying out of that drama, y'all. Woo. I do not take a side when it comes to that drama because I believe if it wasn't meant to be, the Lord will shut it down. And he didn't shut it down, let it be.
Right, you gotta be able to be biased. You know what I'm saying? You can't be one sided. Oh, I'm gonna be on their team because
Yeah.
you can't be that way.
Oh, I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? Especially because you don't. I'm not saying you specifically. Especially because you don't know me. You don't know Kiwana. You don't know Jamil. You don't know us personally.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened on TikTok.
Right. So you gotta. I mean, I'm just saying, people in general, people on your panel, you have to be a biased person, unlike the person just said. Well, why would you Landon and Kiwana and Janelle or whatever? See, she's already built a repertoire to be against me and don't even understand really what's going on between me and my cousin. That's my cousin. Cousins have issues. At the end of the day, by the time this trial goes through, I bet you me and my cousin, we gonna be all right.
She says those allocutions were horrible. You have to hold yourself accountable. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Accusations. What
I,
accusations
I
are you
don't know.
talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave my comment to myself. But
See,
that's
don't
why I
get
said
mad. Don't get mad. Don't get
that's
mad.
why I said I'm gonna leave my comment to myself. That's my cousin. And cousins go through things.
See, I would like to be at work tonight and sit and think about some questions because see, I asked you questions on a drop, but and I have to go back. This is a long live. I have to go back and listen to your answers, but um,
About 4 hours, I think.
yeah, it is almost 6 more minutes. But if you're gonna come on tomorrow, I'm gonna come on tomorrow. I'm gonna come on early. I'm gonna give me little Z's. Come on early, and or we can come on late tomorrow night if you want. It don't matter to me. Saying Kiwana wanted. She's saying Kiana wanted Mark.
Kiwana wanted Mark. Well, see, if you've been following, I'm gonna go through this since she wants right? We're cousins, and basically we was cracking a joke on Kiwana because she was trying to holler at Mark. Now Kiwana wants to blow it all out of proportion. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. But we're her cousins. We heard what she said because we was in the car, and she didn't know we was in the car, and we cracked jokes on her. Mark got some big ass eyeballs.
He do.
So we cousins, and we started cracking jokes. We started roasting her ass. That's what it was. That's what it's about. And
Oh,
that's why she mad.
oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying now?
Yeah, she said y'all wasn't being joking. Y'all was being malicious.
How does she know? How does she know?
I don't know.
That's my cousin. How does she know?
I
How
don't
does
know.
she know?
I
How does
don't,
she know how we was thinking? And who are you to take up so much for Kiwana? Are you related to us?
oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You relate? Are you related to Kiwana? Did she say yes or no? Are you related to her?
She said, "Are you related to Tawana? I mean Kiwana.
Kiwana. Are you related to her? Do you know her personally?
Well,
Is she the phone?
we gon' well, that's why I said we gonna come on tomorrow, and let's say around about what 10 o'clock, or you want to come on late in the evening
Okay, so
when you
I
driving?
be driving, so it just depends. If I don't come on right directly at 10, I'll be on. I'll look for you.
Okay, I'll text you and let you know that we live.
Okay, what? Oh, okay,
I want to give people the chance to ask questions and everything.
okay. You're on YouTube, right?
Yep.
Okay, what's your YouTube name?
SP News Nuggets.
SP. Okay. All right, I'll look for you around 10, which is 11 o'clock my time. If I don't come on right away, I'll be on. I'll look for you.
Okay, how did you know my phone number if you've never been to the channel?
I was scrolling through and heard you talking about Messiah, and then I seen I went to your thread and seen your phone number on there.
Okay. Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah. So this is my first time hearing your thread and all that stuff.
All right.
So I didn't know how you was going to come off or nothing. I
N-
don't know what your prior things have been saying. I don't know anything. This is my first acquaintance with you.
All right. I hope it was okay.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
All right. I'll look forward to tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, lady.
Have a good day.
You too. Hey, you guys. Hey, I did not know we was going to get that phone call. We always get phone calls coming in here, and that's good. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be a 4-hour live, but it was, you guys. I'm going to be thinking about some questions to talk to Kenya. Y'all can come on in here. And yeah, um, y'all, I had time today, but it is time for me to get up and go see what I'm and did and always will. She said, question is, why is they sitting around looking for people that's speaking on them? I don't know. Top flight, we gonna be on it tomorrow. Hopefully, do y'all want to do it early or do you want to do it late? I got time late. Not late, but you know what, 3 o'clock in the evening or something. Let's see what's going on. Let's crack in what's going on. I don't understand because I don't get off into all of that drama and stuff. She be in the bushes, come on top, C3. Yeah. You guys, I'm glad that she called in. I was just wondering, how did she call? Because, see, I don't think she can help us as far as she don't even believe that Naziah could be still out there or even looking for the body, which, some of us still just want to bring her home and have a decent burial. And so that, people won't have to think that she's out there and being trafficking and she just forgot. But I support every channel that throws her name out there, every channel that put her picture out there. I support them. I may not come in and be like, hey, you know what I'm saying? That's their channel. Give them their view. You know what I'm saying? But I support them, and they cannot be. They can be totally opposite than my channel. That's fine. That's why they got a channel. You know what I'm saying? You tell people, go get your channel, and then you can do what you want to on your channel. So I'm not gonna sit there talking about, oh, that ain't me. That ain't me. Exactly. We do want everybody involved. Kim Worthy don't want everybody involved. They done dropped the ball. Kim Worthy know that they should have been on top of that. But it is what it is. All right, you guys. They make about everybody else except Nazaya. Yeah, but I don't know. That's why I'm going to think about it. We did have somebody call in, and then, things was going south for a minute. But, God had control of that person. I really need to give them their time on here and everything. We're going to talk about it tomorrow, you guys. I'm going to check you guys out. But I'm glad that she did let you guys know. When I was doing that digging for her child, I told y'all Anthony was that oldest boy. I told y'all. Y'all don't believe me when I say, shoot, I'm talking to her other son named Jermaine. Y'all didn't even understand. It was like, SB, where you coming from? I'm telling y'all just looking at the females, but there's men in there too. But anyway, I'm going to get off of here. Pat yourself on the back. You guys were great. Hopefully, we can get some answers. Get your questions together. Don't be just coming in here attacking people. Get your questions together and help me out because, I wasn't even expecting this. All right. Peace.